Chapter 1590. The entire universe sank into darkness. The Lord of Samsara, Light and Darkness Supreme Being, Undying Mountain Stone Emperor, Divine Ruins Lord, and Heaven-Abandoning Supreme Being all appeared, bringing disaster to the world. The five of them bathed the universe in blood. In addition, there was also a large success tyrant body. He was just as terrifying, able to challenge the ancient supreme beings. His true strength was naturally unmatched, able to wipe out all the creatures on an ancient star with a raise of his hand, blood splashing across the heavens. This was an unprecedented great upheaval. The six great supreme beings were patrolling, sweeping through the 10,000 worlds. There was no one who could match them at all. It was known as the most terrifying upheaval in history, affecting the entire universe. None of the ancient lands could escape. These supreme beings had once ruled the universe, their footprints covering the 8 wastelands. There were no coordinates they did not know. This was unprecedented. All creatures in the world were howling in grief. There was simply no one who could stop them even half a step. The universe trembled, and all creatures wept. There is no hope. From now on, there will only be darkness. A new era has begun, and we can no longer see the light. An old great sage fled, entering the desolate border of the universe. Unfortunately, he still couldn't escape death. When a supreme being took action, no one under the heavens could resist him. The Divine Ruins Lord pointed out with a finger from a distance. He and the dozens of saints who fled here all exploded on the spot, immediately turning into a bloody mist. Their enormous life essence energy was completely devoured. It was like this everywhere. They couldn't escape, and no one could see a bit of hope. In another star domain, a quasi-emperor with a spear in hand, his entire body shining, was fleeing. He tore through the void, avoiding other domains. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. He was originally hiding in the most desolate star domain, a vast and boundless land of death without a trace of life energy, but he was still seen through by a large success tyrant body. The large success tyrant body took a step forward, passing through the boundless universe and directly following. He naturally wouldn't let go of such a big fish. For him, it was the most effective replenishment. The more powerful a person was, the more life matter they contained. When the large success tyrant body's palm descended, everything was over. This newly promoted quasi-emperor, who had the ambition to walk the emperor path, who had once appeared in the Big Dipper star domain and stood in front of the great crack of the immortal path, died just like that. Even his weapon was smashed into pieces, turning into a bloody paste. The old tyrant sucked a huge amount of life essence into his mouth. The world insults me and curses me. If we were in each other's shoes, what could you guys do? What would you guys do? I think everyone in the world is an overlord body, just like me. He spoke coldly, his expression indescribably cruel. His large body was like a black mountain, crushing down on everyone until they couldn't breathe. He took a step forward, going to massacre the next ancient star. The entire universe had lost its light, and everyone was in complete despair. Who else could change the tragic fate of all living beings? Perhaps his only hope was the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution. He was fighting against the longevity celestial being. The 6 Daos of reincarnation fist shook the world, causing the sky to collapse and the universe to split. However, his body had also entered a state of withering. The longevity celestial being met the attack head-on. He was not in a good state. At this point, the secret character of swordsman was about to lose its effect. His body had been smashed multiple times by the invincible fists, and his life force was severely depleted. But so what? Even if the first-rate divine physique won, there were still 6 ancient supreme venerables behind him. How many nails could he crush alone? The ending had already been decided. Blood would inevitably splatter across the universe, and it would come to a tragic end. The Stone Emperor, the Heaven-Abandoning Supreme, the Master of Samsara, and the others were very indifferent. They had no intention of joining in the fun, and they only waited quietly for the result. They came from different life-forbidden zones, and they had no obligation to help. They also didn't want to waste their imperial blood. Now, the most important thing was to replenish themselves to the most ideal state and recover. Even though they could almost see the tragedy, the ancient sages in the universe were still praying, hoping that the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution would win and turn the situation around, creating a series of miracles. Although the fusion of the Holy Constitution had seriously injured the longevity celestial being and almost tore him apart, it was still difficult to destroy him. This ancient supreme was too powerful. He had suffered such serious injuries on the path to immortality, and he had also been hit by the green copper cauldron, but he still didn't die. Just like his name, he was immortal. In the end, the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution roared, and all the golden hair on his body stood on end. He unleashed all his unique secret techniques to attack the longevity celestial being, almost tearing him into pieces. However, the other party's longevity sword almost cut him in half, and his primordial spirit almost suffered a calamity. This was the most tragic bloody battle. The two of them had fought until now, and it was unknown how many brilliant galaxies had been destroyed and how many attacks had been exchanged. They were still in a stalemate, and there was no result. However, it was clear that the longevity celestial being and the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution had reached the end of their lives, and they couldn't take it anymore. The longevity celestial being was too ancient. Even though it had devoured a large number of creatures, had the immortal source, grand beginning life stone, and other things to suppress its body, and hid in the immortal mausoleum, it was about to die after living for so long. And the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution was just as he said. If not for the white-clothed woman, he would have already passed away. His condition was very poor, and he was also in his final years. Boom! The master of the immortal mausoleum completely threw caution to the wind. He wanted to recover to become a martial emperor, sublimate to the extreme, and transform into the invincible celestial being of the legendary era to carry out the final suppression. This was because if this went on, he might perish together with the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution, or even die first. At the most critical moment, even the secret swordsman couldn't stop it. Up until now, his blood chi had been dried up by the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution, and his life force had dropped too much. He could already clearly feel that the secret swordsman was about to be useless. However, the result was very cruel. He failed and couldn't sublimate to the extreme. His body's condition was too terrible, and he couldn't even fight to the death. He had already expected this result, but when it really happened, his pupils shrank. This was an extremely dangerous signal. He, the longevity celestial being, had lived for tens of thousands of years, and today he might finally fall. Outsiders didn't know about this battle, but it was really crazy. The major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution against the great emperor-level figure of the past made the galaxies lose their color and become dim. Not to mention the recent ancient times, even looking at the desolate antiquity, archaic era, and the legendary era, it was the same. There weren't many examples of such a tragic battle. The blood of the Holy Constitution and the Emperor's blood splashed everywhere, and it was boundlessly terrifying. The major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution challenged the celestial being and fought until now. Although they weren't at the peak of their strength, it was still intense enough. Apart from the ancient supreme beings, no one could clearly see their battle and understand the profound meaning of their laws. As long as they were swept by the fluctuations, they would definitely not exist in this world anymore. In the end, it finally came to an end. The longevity celestial being's sword pierced through the head of the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution. The celestial sword trembled, and drop after drop of sparkling and bright red blood flowed down. It was exceptionally beautiful. The eyes of the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution dimmed. He had fought his whole life and protected the peace of the human race. He was crowned with the title of the human race's Holy Constitution, but today, the curtains had finally fallen. His life had come to an end. His primordial spirit had been pierced through by the Emperor's weapon, and he would die without a doubt. If it was anyone else, they would have already turned into cosmic dust. Only he remained standing. The longevity celestial being smiled bitterly. He would die without a doubt. There was no hope of survival because the unparalleled fist of the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution had directly smashed into his forehead. At this moment, the fist hadn't been pulled out yet, and there was a large bloody hole there. The instant his longevity sword pierced through the other party's head, the other party's fist had also smashed his immortal foundation and shattered his primordial spirit. In the end, he was sent to his death. In this life, he had experienced too much and lived for too long. He had experienced countless eras until now, and now, the curtains were finally going to fall. The supreme celestial being of the legendary era had created the famous secret character, which was known throughout the ages. In this field, he was the #1 in history, and no one could compare to him. But even so, he couldn't use this secret to save himself. Looking back at the past, the glorious years would never return. In the legendary era, after he achieved the Tao, he became the most powerful person, ruling over the universe. He was once respected by all living beings and protected them. Later on, he was defeated by time and chose to sever his saber. He chose to hibernate in the forbidden area and hid in the Immortal mausoleum. Until the D-Zun appeared. That person was extremely powerful and invited him to come out of seclusion. The D-Zun gave him a peak emperor's horoscope for 2,000 years, allowing him to take over the underworld, and started another legend. However, he also wanted to become an immortal. How could the once supreme celestial being be willing to be the cornerstone of someone else's path to immortality? Naturally, he had to take a gamble. That was how the tragic disaster of blood filled the sky. The peak emperor's horoscope that lasted for 2,000 years ended. He returned to the Immortal mausoleum and went into hibernation. In the future, he caused a few disturbances, and when the path to immortality opened, the final outcome was like this. I'm finally going to die. I've lived for so long, but I'm a little tired of living. There's only one thing I want to know. Am I the oldest living being in this world? The longevity celestial being muttered to himself. If there was no immortal, was there anyone who had lived longer than him? It seemed like no one had. He had gone through the legendary era, crossed the primordial era, experienced the primordial era, and arrived in this era. Who would believe his words? It was truly heaven-defying. I'll leave first. I don't want to be buried in the same galaxy as you. After saying that, the longevity celestial being's head exploded, turning into a dazzling rain of light that disappeared into the depths of the dark universe. His longevity sword let out a mournful cry. He pulled it out with a clang and chased after it, disappearing into the galaxy. The greater success sage physique was covered in blood. The golden hair on his body fell off and burned. In the end, his black hair draped over his shoulders. His true appearance was finally revealed. Although his eyes were dim, they could not hide his peerless heroism. His sword-like eyebrows slanted to his temples. His face looked as if it had been carved by a knife. He was extremely resolute, and his body was strong. He had a majestic aura that could devour mountains and rivers. He had been fighting all his life. This was not the first time he had faced the chaos of the darkness. He had fought a bloody battle before, and now he had reappeared in the world. He had died and shed his last drop of blood. There were chaos in the legendary era, the primordial era, and the primordial era. It never stopped. However, I've reached the end of my life. The world calls me the sage physique of the human race, but I'm ashamed. I couldn't quell the chaos in this era. I can only listen to the cries of all living beings. I've exhausted all my strength. The greater success sage physique looked at the universe. Ancient lands were withering everywhere. He no longer had the strength to fight and quell the chaos of the darkness. Just like that, he fell into a pool of blood. He would pass away here. He took one last look at the ancient star sector that he had once protected. This is the end. How sad. In the distance, a majestic figure walked over. He was incomparably tall, like a black demonic mountain. His oppressive aura made people suffocate and collapse. The greater success sage physique arrived. His face was filled with coldness. He stood in front and looked down at the sage physique who was lying in a pool of blood. Your hands are stained with blood. I can hear the wails of countless souls coming from your immortal foundation. At the last moment, the greater success sage Physique's eyes were incomparably resplendent as he stared at the tyrant king in front of him. Do I have a choice? This is the only way. The greater success sage Physique coldly replied. After that, he lowered his head and looked down at the tyrant king. Swallow my saint blood and stop the slaughter, said the greater success sage Physique. Haha. The greater success sage Physique laughed loudly. After that, he suddenly stopped. In the end, he coldly said, You've already seen through my heart and know that there's no way back for me. Are you trying to lure me into a trap and use this to get rid of me? The greater success sage Physique's eyes widened in anger. You should know what you've done today. In the future, there will definitely be people who will settle the score with you. After that, he began to pass away, turning into a large rain of light. He definitely wouldn't leave a single drop of essence blood for the tyrant king. The greater success sage Physique didn't stop him. With an indifferent expression, he said, The human heart is like this. Everyone in the world is a greater success sage Physique. When it's your turn, it's all like me. After saying this, his tone became even colder. The Sun Saint Emperor shed his last drop of blood for the people of the world. In return, the people of the world left his last bloodline for him. You should already know that this is the truth. And your greater success sage Physique shouldn't even exist in this world. People like you won't live for long. This is the truth. So what if I'm cursed for eternity? I'll still live forever and will never die. In the end, I'm the one who stepped on your corpse and you fell under my feet. What's true? Only a bloody scene is true. The greater success sage Physique said in an awe-inspiring manner. Today, he annihilated tens of thousands of lives and massacred ancient stars one after another. His blood had already turned cold and his heart had hardened. He was submerged and occupied by ruthlessness. You're a hero, so you have to die. There has never been a living hero in this world. As for me, I have eternal life and I still have to live on. So what if I'm cursed for eternity? He hysterically shouted. The divine body turned into a rain of light and rushed into the distance, flying past ancient lands one after another. Those were the places he had fought before, the places he had protected before. There were the corpses of his enemies, the corpses of his comrades, and even the ancient graves where he had buried his beloved in sorrow. Just like that, the rain of light that he had turned into finally dissipated into these old lands. From then on, he would no longer fight and would no longer risk his life. He would let go of everything and sleep forever. Chapter 1591. The Heaven Transformation main star has been destroyed. Not even 1 in 10 survived. Too many people have died. The bright blue main star has been massacred. All saints have been wiped out. News came one after another. The experts who were still alive were already numb. No one knew when it would be their turn. In the vast starry sky of the universe, it was unknown just how many ancient lands had become bloody graves. The supreme beings could destroy the world. No one could stop them. Those who went up would only die. Even the great completion Saint Physique had fallen, extinguishing the last shred of hope in everyone's hearts. At this point, the world was in darkness. There was no longer any light. There was only blood and sorrow. The heaven-abandoning Supreme has killed his way into the depths of the starry sky ancient path. There was nothing that could stop their footsteps. It was like a few prehistoric beasts rampaging through the world, mercilessly killing. A single one was enough to kill all the experts in the world. It's broken. The Heaven Ghoul race's ancient path has been broken. Those who haven't left have all died. The human race's ancient path has been damaged. There are corpses all over the city. Those who haven't left have all become ghosts. This world was drowned in despair and fear. There was not a single ray of light to be seen. The slaughter continued without stopping. No one knew just how many creatures the supreme beings needed to devour. The starry sky ancient path had become the gathering place of the supreme beings. This was the main point because there were saints and experts here. It was naturally a great disaster. Those who could leave had all left. Those who stayed behind would undoubtedly die. All the saints were fleeing in every corner of the universe. They chose the most desolate star domains and didn't stick together. This was the only way to have a chance of survival. At this point, the Supreme Beings had massacred many ancient stars. They didn't care about individuals and wouldn't hunt for them. If the Great Sage and many saints were discovered at the same time, it would definitely draw their attention. That would definitely be a tragedy. In the end, the ancient Supreme Beings gathered. They had killed too many people. It was unknown whether it was hundreds of billions or trillions. The entire universe was crying and bleeding. This is only the beginning. It's far from enough. The feast is still to come. Because our losses this time are too great. Even if we are fine in this world, we might not be able to make it through after a period of time. No one could live forever. Even if they severed themselves and lay dormant for thousands of years, it still wouldn't work. After all, they had already appeared several times, breaking through the immortal source. Even if they couldn't ascend to the peak, it was still a type of great harm to themselves. Even though they had paid a price to survive, it was not true longevity. There were too many restrictions, and they would eventually turn to dust. The only thing they could do was delay this trend. They could not live forever. Once the time was up, they would all be obliterated. Next time, some people might not even have the chance to start a dark upheaval. They were destined to pass away in the passage of time. After sleeping for so long, he had only been active for a few days, yet it was already like this. This made such a powerful figure truly unwilling. Maybe it's time for us to purge some heavy-tier life forms with their blood, allowing our weapons to grow stronger. At the same time, we might be able to strengthen ourselves and extend the lifespan of our immortal foundations, the Stone Emperor coldly spoke. You mean? Paragon of Samsara's heart skipped a beat, and he said, unless we bathe the forbidden area in blood and kill all those at the same level as us. No, kill the gods. Undying Mountain's master, the Stone Emperor's voice was ice cold. The so-called god race, they are nothing more than this. What can they amount to? Light and darkness supreme beings said coldly. No, kill the gods and the emperor weapons and seize their life force to strengthen our weapons. Moreover, we might be able to live a bit longer, the Stone Emperor ruthlessly said. This. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. This kind of method was too intense, and there might be heaven and earth collapsing consequences. They could foresee that they might all be threatened. What's so intense about it? The path to immortality is wrong, and heaven and earth are in chaos. This point in time is separated from time and space. Even you and I can't predict what will happen. The people of the past are destined to not know either. They won't be able to predict this era, so there won't be any backup plans, and there won't be any accidents, the Stone Emperor said coldly. The black great halberd of endless desolation in his hands was incomparably sharp, and his killing intent was world-shocking. He was extremely forceful, advocating a thorough slaughter. In the end, the ancient supreme beings didn't have any objections. They all accepted this decision. The appearance of the path to immortality was predicted by many supreme beings. The results were both right and wrong, and it was hard to say for sure. This was a special point in time. It was separated from time and space, and the future events could not be predicted. They could use this massacre to reach their strongest state in order to deal with the unknown future. This was what everyone was thinking. Boom! The heavens collapsed, and the earth split apart. The bloody massacre continued. Some small worlds were preserved, and they didn't suffer because there were too few people, so it wasn't worth going. There were also some secret places that hadn't been discovered yet because there were too few ancient Great Emperor's world concealment formations. The universe was too big. As long as the supreme beings didn't approach, these emperor patterns could still deceive everything. It was to the extent that the ancient emperors and great emperors' complete and flawless formation patterns that were used to conceal one's aura could seal everything. Even if an ancient supreme passed by nearby, they might not be able to sense it immediately. In the sea of blood, there would always be seeds of hope left behind. The universe was too vast, and even the ancient supreme beings couldn't reach every place. There were always many desolate and uninhabited star regions that were left behind. There were even many regions that no one had set foot in since ancient times. However, when the ancient supreme beings truly tried to sense it, specifically searching for certain inheritances, this was an unimaginable disaster that was difficult to escape from. Found it? Light Clan's God's smelting pot. That day, this ancient star of light suffered a bloodbath. Everyone in the clan was praying and calling out. The deity in the god's smelting pot revived, reaching its peak state. The black gold divine pot erupted violently. The deity inside trembled, carrying out a bloody massacre, fighting a great battle against the supreme beings. You were created by people of our level. Even though you can injure us, you are still a bit lacking. Even though the ancient supreme beings weren't in a perfect state, they still had Emperor Dao laws, and they all had Emperor weapons on them. With two supreme beings taking action, there wouldn't be any accidents in this tragedy. In the end, the god's smelting pot was blasted apart, turning into fragments. Stone Emperor and Reincarnation Supreme Being divided them equally, refining the deity into their own weapons. Moreover, a portion of it was temporarily refined into the body and immortal platform, waiting to be refined and refined. With this kind of example before them, Light and Darkness Supreme Being, Divine Ruins Lord, and Heaven Abandoning Supreme Being also took action. That day, the most miserable thing happened. The inheritances of the original Big Dipper star domain encountered a calamity one after another. Even if they fled into the star domain, it wasn't enough. They were chased down. Of the four great empires of the Central Plains, the ancient Hua Empire and the Divine Continent Empire had been destroyed one after the other, becoming history. Only a small portion of the people who had been bestowed had survived. They were seeds that did not even survive. This was the unwritten agreement of the Dark Ages, and the Emperor weapon had been destroyed. This was a rebellion. The two great empires had two Emperor weapons revive, but they were both smashed into pieces. The deities were killed, their life force sucked clean by the supreme beings. The effects of this were too great, shaking the entire universe. This is just the beginning. Not only do we have to survive, we also have to forge the most powerful weapons. They still wanted to continue, to slaughter. Along the way, many star domains shed blood, these people showing no mercy. In addition, the Grand Completion Tyrant body was also slaughtering. He didn't touch the Emperor weapon alone, but he didn't show any mercy as he slaughtered wantonly. His cruelty wasn't inferior to the ancient supreme beings. Behind him was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Countless corpses lay beneath his feet. He was like an unrivaled demon king, his hair curling around in a bloody mist. He walked into the distance step by step, the universe trembling because of him. The Supreme Being's final target was the Big Dipper, because there were bound to be Emperor weapons there. For example, Ancient Chaos Weapon, Great Emperor Amitabha's demon-subduing pestle, and there might even be other Emperor weapons there. Meanwhile, the Stone Emperor shook his head, expressing that he would go to the Big Dipper last. At that time, he could be considered to have stepped on the path back. His expression was cold to the extreme as he said, "Void, you have already died, but the hatred hasn't been resolved. The Emperor Oath has already expired. Use your bloodline and the Emperor Mirror to make up for the hatred of the past." His target was the G clan. He wanted to search the entire universe and destroy it. He even wanted to shatter the Void Mirror. "I'll go with you. After all, that is an extremely strange and powerful celestial mirror that has been tainted with the blood of a supreme being," Sky Abandoning Supreme said. "There's no need. I'm looking forward to that ancient mirror being stunning enough. This is the grudge between me and the Void, and it will end here." He held the black halberd in his hand and went on his way alone. The supreme beings split up one after another. They didn't immediately return to the Big Dipper, and they were still searching for powerful prey. They wanted to massacre the heavens and earth through different paths. Boom. Yuan Sheng Ancient Star was destroyed because there were many cultivators howling and cursing furiously. They weren't willing to submit to fate. In the end, Reincarnation Supreme flicked his finger lightly, and this star was directly shattered. This was the first time a star was slaughtered. In other places, the Hidden Dragon Ancient Star, the Abyssal Ocean Pure Land, and the other 18 places were also massacred. Void Emperor, where are you? Come out and fight for your people again. It's a pity that the Void Emperor died so early. Otherwise, how could the darkness chaos descend upon the world? One couldn't help but say that the Void Emperor's contributions were too great. During the primordial era, he fought bloodily in all directions, blocking supreme beings by himself. He fought for his entire life, leaving behind legends in many places. A few old great sages knew about that period of time. They used their great mental force to roar and make all living beings pray. The power of all living beings. This might be the only hope. The Void Emperor is already dead, and he can't protect all living beings anymore. However, we might be able to settle accounts with the supreme beings with our own will. This was a method suggested by a few old great sages. They found this saying after flipping through countless ancient texts. Everyone reminisced about the Void Emperor, the Human Emperor, the Saint Physique, and others. At the same time, they cursed the ancient supreme beings. They were filled with blood and hatred. Using the will of all living beings to settle accounts with me? So what if it's all living beings? It's not enough at all. Perhaps they can only affect me at crucial moments when I become an emperor or on the path to immortality. What do you all count for normally? The will of all living beings is something that those who stand at the peak of the world can trample on. The supreme being of light and darkness laughed coldly. He pointed out with a finger, and the indescribable aura that was entangling him directly exploded, unable to touch him. Correspondingly, the space between the eyebrows of many people on the ancient planet exploded. A terrifying hole appeared, and all of them fell into a pool of blood. The great sage was also the same. Human Emperor, Void Emperor. This was the murmur of an old man before his death. It was filled with despair and unwillingness. His white hair was covered in blood, and his aged body was protecting a few children. And this was just one of the many tragedies in the human world. There were too many tragedies going on. Earth Hangupas. For figures stood side by side. The most ordinary-looking man touched his face with his hand, which was full of tears. This was his body's instinct, and it was also something in the depths of his sea of consciousness. I can hear the cries of millions of living beings calling out to me. They are filled with despair, he said softly. He wiped away his tears and said, "It's time. We should move. So what if we die?" Yes, it's when those people are complacent and let their guard down. It's time for those weapons to be revived. The last and only chance is here. Even if we die, we must fight them. The majestic Shino said. He also heard the cries of countless people, which were directly transmitted into his soul. It was as if they had come from the primordial era. The figures on Hanggu Pass disappeared, rushing into the depths of the universe. Bang! The body of the supreme being of light and darkness exploded into a long flower of blood. He staggered, but he still couldn't stop his body. He was sent flying, his body covered in blood. Unfortunately, he didn't die in the end. The void silently split open, and an ordinary-looking man walked out. "It's you. You used the forbidden celestial technique exclusive to the Void Emperor." He had already heard about it from the reincarnation sovereign. Although this face was so familiar, his expression was still cold. He said, "Although you have the Emperor body, you are no longer the original you. You have lost the Emperor Dao laws and you still want to fight me? You will only die." The newcomer was silent and didn't say a word. He had the Emperor body, but he still couldn't kill the opponent in one blow. This result was within his expectations, but he still had to fight. In another star field, Shino suddenly appeared. He also used the Emperor body to beat the reincarnation sovereign until he coughed up blood and almost broke him in two. However, he was still a bit short and couldn't succeed. The master of Samsara revealed the cruelest smile. "We finally left Hanggu Pass. I've been waiting for you all this time." Ha! Obviously, everyone in the universe who could threaten them had been eliminated. They were all going to die. There was no longer any power that could stop their footsteps. Boom! In the distance, another Emperor artifact shattered. Another supreme immortal artifact was destroyed on this day. Several figures rushed over. The great supreme beings all appeared, and then they surrounded the four people who came out of Hanggu Pass from different star fields. This really was an accident. We meet again in the void. Undying Mountain's master, Stone Emperor, said coldly. He tossed over the corpse of the great sage and said, "This is your descendant. I've wiped out many of them, and this is only one of them. However, there seem to be quite a few of their nests, and they haven't been completely wiped out yet." Without a doubt, this was going to be the final battle. The great supreme beings surrounded them. When they looked at these people, it was as if they were staring at the purest immortal essence. These were people who could fight against them. The spiritual essence within their bodies was definitely like a sea. "I'll kill you all and massacre the 10,000 regions. This era can be considered to have come to an end. You all can offer up your sacrifices," Stone Emperor said coldly. "It's about time for this era to come to an end." The ordinary male in front carried grief as he said this to himself. "It's good that you know. I know. I've already made preparations for death. However, you all have to pay the price. You all have created enough great enemies for yourselves." A male that looked exactly like GZ shouted loudly. This was the first time he was so dignified that it shook the universe. "Great enemies? Are there any left in this world? Just you all alone isn't enough." Stone Emperor roared with laughter towards the sky. "Emperor weapons have life as well. You all continuously shattered several of them. All of the Emperor weapons in the cosmos have already been roused awake, all of them reviving on their own. Today, you all are going to be killed." The one that looked exactly like GZ wasn't tall or large, but that type of dignified and righteous aura was intimidating. The demon fall pestle shook, shattering all things. It descended from the sky, purple energy endless, rising into the air. Immortal light tore through the everlasting. The Tai Emperor sword appeared, illuminating the 9 heavens, tearing apart the cosmos, slaughtering its way here. Voila! The 9 Li diagram trembled, shattering the sky dome. It arrived from an extremely distant place, crossing millions and millions of stellar streams, crushing downwards. Wonglong! The Western Emperor Tower rushed into the heavens. Immortal tears green gold. Tear lights scattered across the cosmos, all life weeping in grief, shaking the 33 layers of heaven, crushing down on the human world, crushing downwards. Emperor weapons were all roused awake by this most miserable slaughter since ancient times. They all woke up, moving out together, taking the initiative to suppress the ancient supreme beings. Chapter 1592. The universe was sliced open, and beams of the most resplendent immortal light flew out, illuminating the dark and cold universe at this moment. The light was resplendent. This was like the start of a new era, illuminating the past, present, and future, connecting the past, present, and future. It was unknown how many Emperor weapons were awakening, crushing everything. It was as if they were splitting the heavens and earth apart, suppressing over to deal with the darkness chaos together. The auras of ancient emperors erupted. The entire cosmos was trembling. Gigantic Dharma images appeared one after another in different star regions, tearing apart the cosmos as they shot over. The figures that were worshipped by the ancient people seemed to have returned, descending into this world once more, wanting to quell the most terrifying darkness chaos since the ancient times. Everything in the world, every blade of grass and every tree, was trembling. There was no need to even mention the myriad of living beings in the cosmos. There had never been a generation like this before. So many Emperor weapons revived and moved out together, suppressing a single region. This was simply like the end of the world. This wasn't a simple revival, but a true complete revival. It was comparable to a strike from an ancient emperor. With so many weapons rushing over, even the heavens and earth were about to wither. This was the first time the ancient paragons were so shaken. They were no longer as calm as before. All of them had heavy expressions on their faces, as though they were facing a great enemy. These emperor weapons were all created by people like them. It was extremely difficult to destroy them. Let alone the fact that their immortal foundations were flawed, they weren't flawless. With so many weapons appearing at the same time, from ancient times until now, not a single person could deal with them. It was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the 5 paragons standing together, there would definitely be no suspense. If it was just one of them, they would directly be turned into dust. Clang! The black halberd in the hands of the Stone Emperor trembled violently. Black light tore apart the sky. The gigantic halberd flashed with a terrifying light, as though it could shatter everything in its path. However, the weapons rushing over didn't hesitate at all and unleashed their strongest attacks. Rumble! The devil-subduing pestle smashed down, incomparably violent. The cosmos instantly collapsed. With a clang, it collided with the black halberd, causing the Stone Emperor's arm to feel numb. A look of shock appeared on his face. These weapons were angered to the extreme, exceeding his expectations. They all revived one after another, as if great emperors of the past had descended into this world. The demon-subduing pestle was a supreme treasure forged by the great Emperor Amitabha. It was a supreme demon-subduing ancient weapon of the Buddhist sect. In the past, it was always surrounded by auspicious colors, holy and auspicious. However, on the path of immortality, it was splashed with the blood of too many Buddhist disciples, and it almost changed greatly. At this moment, it was like an angry purple lion, its roar shattering the cosmos. Its entire body erupted with purple light as it smashed over with all its might. Clang! A sky-shaking explosion rang out as the demon-subduing pestle erupted, smashing down once again. The purple weapon shone with boundless radiance, and it was as if a giant Buddha was standing in the void, trying to suppress the Stone Emperor. The great halberd in the Stone Emperor's hand trembled. This strike made his arm feel numb again. He was extremely shocked. What a great Amitabha Buddha! Watch how I destroy your weapon and refine it into my immortal artifact. However, as soon as he finished speaking, saying that he was going to use a forbidden secret technique to deal with the demon-subduing pestle, a resplendent immortal sword hacked down from the side. It was too sharp and too resplendent, illuminating the Stone Emperor to the point where he almost couldn't open his eyes. The Tai Emperor's sword descended. Its offensive power was matchless. Its dragon head was the tip, and its tail was the weapon. It possessed unmatched offensive power, capable of slicing apart the cosmos. No one could face it head-on. The Stone Emperor trembled. He avoided the tip of the sword and attacked the demon-subduing pestle. He also did his best to avoid the Tai Emperor sword, but he was still a bit too slow. Brilliant light streaked past, scattering his black hair. A lock of his hair had been cut off, and he was just a bit away from being sliced apart by that immortal sword. Back then, the Tai Emperor's offensive power was matchless. His technique was known to be comparable to the fighting secret art, a type of unmatched immortal technique. The offensive power of his weapon was naturally the same. The Stone Emperor was furious. He blasted away the demon-subduing pestle and reached out a large hand to directly grab that resplendent immortal sword. He wanted to grab it and refine it. He was an unmatched supreme being from 10,000 years ago. Who in this world could match him? Ever since he achieved the Tao, forget about cutting off a lock of his hair, there wasn't even anyone who dared approach him. Yet now, a lock of his black hair was directly cut off. This was simply a type of extraordinary shame and humiliation. Heaven and earth trembled. An endless rain of tears scattered down. A green golden pagoda descended, shaking the world until it cried out in grief. The universe was about to explode. The Western Emperor Pagoda smashed towards that large hand. Terrifying power overflowed into the heavens. Tao laws were endless, radiance endless. It immediately made that large hand tremble, almost smashing into it. Stone Emperor was furious. At this moment, several weapons attacked him. It wasn't that he couldn't face them head-on with his emperor body, but he had to pay quite the price. Life essence was too precious for him. He released a great roar. An expanse of blazing light was released from his mouth. This was Emperor Tao laws. It turned into flames, wishing to submerge the Western Emperor Pagoda and refine it with unmatched natural laws. Voila! The ancient scroll was mottled, moving through the air. The 9-Li diagram cut off the path ahead. Inside was a resplendent starry sky, vast and boundless. Its defensive strength was definitely astonishing. All of the flames were collected inside. Its body erupted with radiance, breaking down the natural laws. Those that couldn't be dealt with were directly directed into another starry sky. Just a few weapons, yet you dare treat me with disrespect? Stone Emperor was truly angered. His entire body shone, Emperor Dao laws erupting. Divine chains of order released Kengqiang noises, as if they were made from immortal gold, flying out from his body. However, the Emperor weapons also shone. The natural laws of ancient great emperors interweaved. The revived deities similarly fought with everything they had. This time, 4 of them flew over at the same time, suppressing him at the same time. The ancient supreme beings were indeed extremely powerful, the creators of weapons of this level. Even though they were powerful to the point of being unmatched, when faced with attacks at the same level, there was no way they could completely subdue them. These were 4 weapons. They were equivalent to the attacks of ancient great emperors. Otherwise, how could these artifacts become the weapons in the hands of the past supreme beings? Without corresponding offensive power, they weren't worthy at all. Stone Emperor was immediately in a bit of a sorry state. He was surrounded and suppressed by 4 weapons. If he didn't advance to the limit, something unexpected might really happen in the end. Kill! On the other side, the other supreme beings were the same. They had all sunk into this kind of battle situation. Originally, they still wanted to save Stone Emperor, but in the end, immortal light flew over one after another, suppressing them. You want to be called supreme even with weapons? You all are still lacking. Reincarnation Supreme Being roared loudly. He struggled with all his might, suppressing the surrounding immortal light. Chi! The Chaosu war axe was world-shaking. It had 2 forms. One was a Dao symbol, and the other was an axe that could cut through anything. It transformed between the two, able to refine all things and slice apart the universe. The azure battle clothes on Reincarnation Master's body shone. He used his finger to block it, wanting to shatter the blade of the axe. It was terrifying beyond compare. A loud sound rang out. A great imprint smashed down. The great imprint of the lunar human emperor appeared. Even though it was missing a corner, it was still exceptionally powerful, suppressing all things in the universe. Especially now that it had revived, it seemed to possess a strand of the human emperor's will from when he was alive. It wanted to protect all living things, and its power was exceptionally powerful. Reincarnation Supreme Being was careless for a moment. Under the attacks of several weapons, he was almost smashed by the human emperor's imprint. His cheek was grazed lightly, dripping with blood. It was incomparably terrifying. If it was anyone else, after being struck by an emperor weapon, their body and soul would definitely be destroyed, turning into cosmic dust. Meanwhile, the ancient supreme being staggered, but they didn't receive any serious injuries. They were able to resist those natural laws. This kind of matchless divine might almost left them in despair. How were they supposed to fight? However, there were enough emperor weapons, more than 10 of them. They submerged the supreme beings, and the most terrifying battle in history began. There had never been a time like this, where so many weapons appeared and suppressed supreme beings together. This was something rarely seen since ancient times. Because the range of the darkness chaos this time was too wide, all of the weapons were roused awake, causing them to revive one after another and participate in this incomparable battle. It's useless. In the end, they are just weapons. If we can refine them, then we can destroy them. Light and Darkness Supreme Being roared. The light staff in his hand collided with the dark shield. Light and darkness interweaved, and a great explosion of energy erupted. He released the most terrifying power of natural laws, sending several weapons flying. The other supreme beings also went berserk. Apart from not advancing to the extreme, they all used the most terrifying forbidden natural laws, shattering the sun, moon, and stars, destroying all things in the world. Kill! The supreme beings roared. The universe trembled, all life shivering in fear. Many people knelt down on the ground. No matter how far away they could all feel this tremendous pressure. It was as if they were facing an ancient great emperor. This incomparable great battle was fought from one place to another. It couldn't help but affect many stellar rivers, turning a few stellar domains into ashes, never to appear again. The battle was unprecedentedly intense. There were Emperor weapons that were destroyed, blasted apart in the cosmos, becoming a thing of the past. This was the most tragic type of ending, making everyone sigh in sorrow. Supreme beings went all out. Not even so many weapons could suppress them, and there were Emperor weapons that were destroyed. Of course, there were Supreme beings who were injured as well. Blood splashed across the starry sky, the scarlet blood a ghastly sight. Kill! The one from Jianghu Pass moved. The male who looked exactly like GZ was unafraid of death, releasing the most terrifying attack, making Stone Emperor's body produce a streak of blood. However, he couldn't kill him. He suffered the backlash of the Emperor Dao laws, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood as he staggered backwards. He stood at the peak of Quasi-Emperor. The most important thing was that he had an Emperor body. In theory, he could fight against Supreme beings, but unfortunately he couldn't display the Emperor Dao laws. In a life and death battle, he still wouldn't be a match. Void, it truly was an accident. I never expected that we could meet under these types of circumstances. This really is too wonderful. You will be used as a blood sacrifice, turn into living matter, become a part of my body. Stone Emperor laughed cruelly. The great black halberd in his hands pointed forward, the snow-white radiance at the edge shattering the 9 heavens. His entire body was surrounded by chaotic energy, as if he was a matchless demonic god. Fine, today, I am the void fighting against you. His appearance wasn't all that outstanding, but right now he was unyielding, pressing forward courageously, about to carry out the final bloody battle with his life. Stone Emperor's mind jumped. This type of expression, this type of decisiveness, made him recall the great battle of the past. The void fought a bloody battle in all directions, carrying the resolution to die. He entered Undying Mountain alone, facing several supreme beings. It was too similar. Stone Emperor originally knew that this wasn't the void, but right now he was shaken a bit. Fine, since you said that this is the void, then I'll treat you like him. There is too much enmity, too much blood. You killed my Undying Mountain's supreme beings, so today, it will be settled. Stone Emperor roared out, the great halberd in his hands splitting the skies. Void, where is your weapon? Can you still fight? Many weapons flew over, but they still didn't see the void mirror. The void mirror has arrived. At the limits of the starry sky, a male held an ancient mirror in his hands. He was on the verge of collapse, his entire body covered in blood. Meanwhile, that mirror was also bright red, dyed red by blood. Divine King Jianghu appeared, standing at the limits of the distant starry river. He said, "This is the blood of everyone in Ji family, all of it poured onto this mirror. Our bloodline contains our ancestors' hope, the continuation of his life, contains his great Tao fragments. Today, we ask our ancestor to revive, carry out the final battle for the sake of all life. Unmatched Void Emperor, where are you? This world needs you." In the endless star domains, there were many ancient lands of life. It was unknown just how many people were praying, crying out in grief, crying out in grief. This type of will force formed a sea, surging about, even ancient supreme beings moved. Void Emperor, please carry out another battle for your people. The heavens are begging you, please let him return. Mirror, come, fight with me. Right at this time, the eyes of that ordinary-looking male erupted with blazing radiance. He released a loud shout, making the entire cosmos tremble. Chapter 1593. The moment he said that, the void mirror trembled and gave out a light cry. Brilliant light erupted with excitement and also sadness. Facing that void, it violently shook. Ching. The ancient mirror clanged and its light shone through the ages. This was the weapon of the Void Emperor. It was outstanding and had accompanied him for his entire life. At this moment, it felt like it had returned to the era where blood flowed everywhere and the world was peaceful. It was replying to the void in the distance, and it continuously trembled. One last step, merge with me, my blood, my bones, my soul, to awaken the ancestors' void. Jianghu's body was covered in blood, and he said with sadness. He took one last look at this world and prepared to sacrifice himself. He came with the hope of the entire race on his shoulders. At this moment, the celestial mirror was completely red and dripping with blood. The blood of everyone in the Ji family was poured onto it. Anyone who was still alive, from the saints who were about to die to the babies who were just born, all of them used their blood to sacrifice themselves to the celestial mirror. His body was also branded with everyone's imprints, fused with the blood and life fragments of everyone in the clan. Ji Haoyue represented everyone in the Ji family and wanted to merge into the mirror. The life of the ancestors flowed in his blood to allow the Void Emperor to temporarily revive and come out to fight. Father! At the end of the world, a little boy's eyes were filled with tears. He then cried out loud and reached out with his small hands, trying his best to grab towards the pitch-black depths of the universe. He was Ji Chengdao and he knew that his father would never return. Ji Ziyue's face was also covered in tears. She knew that if nothing unexpected happened, she wouldn't be able to see her brother again. This goodbye might be forever. Let me go, I will replace my brother. Ji Ziyue cried and wanted to charge out. However, she was held back by someone and couldn't break free. The entire Ji family was in grief. Once the God King left, he definitely wouldn't be able to return. He was prepared to sacrifice himself and they wouldn't be able to see each other again. In the depths of the universe, Ji Haoyue's body shook and he froze up. A strong hand grabbed his shoulder and then fixed him in place, unable to move at all. The void split open, and an ordinary-looking man appeared, taking his place. Little ancestor, what are you doing? Ji Haoyue cried out. It was Ji Zi. He stepped forward and took the imperial mirror. At this moment, his blood burst out of his body and entered the ancient mirror. Go back. The small accomplishment Dao is waiting for you. Ji Zi's Taoist robe was stained with blood. He drew all the blood and fragments of his clan from Ji Haoyue's place. His face was calm, without a single ripple. Little ancestor, your path is still long, and I am not a person of this era. My joys and sorrows are all in the primordial era. Perhaps the reason I have lived to this era is to wait for this moment. Ji Zi calmly said. He tore open a great crack in the void and pushed Ji Haoyue inside. He sent him into the designated coordinates and left in an instant. Little ancestor. The space closed, and that sorrowful cry stopped. Meanwhile, at this moment, as the voice of "Fight with me" sounded from the distant void, Ji Zi merged with the void mirror, releasing endless auspicious brilliance, flying over. The mirror and person were both bright red, covered in blood, but they were also releasing the most dazzling light, illuminating this dark world. Ji Zi and Void stood opposite each other, holding the ancient mirror. The two identical people merged into one. No one could stop them. Only those with Ji family's bloodline could approach, because the celestial mirror was releasing the most dazzling light, making everything seem mysterious and astonishing. Void! Stone Emperor was shocked. Ever since he appeared in this world, he was only slightly moved at most. This was the first time he revealed this type of expression. You can think of it like this. Let's continue the battle from the past. The male on the other side's aura suddenly rose. Chaotic energy immediately rushed out millions and millions of li. He had an emperor body, and with the void mirror in hand, he was dyed red by the blood of his entire family. It flowed into his body, and then merged with Ji Zi, who was dripping with blood. At this moment, it was as if he became a completely different person, actually displaying Emperor Dao laws. Meanwhile, the void mirror was even more special. 10,000 streaks of light flowed out, immortal light released in endless streaks. It was as if a phoenix was undergoing rebirth, illuminating the cosmos. It directly suppressed forward, striking towards Stone Emperor. Undying Mountain's Lord Stone Emperor moved his halberd, smashing forward. His entire body was covered in divine chains of order, wrapping around him. He was like a demonic god that rushed out from hell, shackled. Ding. The two weapons collided. The void mirror was incomparably resplendent, and the great halberd also rushed into the heavens with black light. The space between Stone Emperor's thumb and index finger was completely split apart, blood gushing out. Meanwhile, his entire body continuously retreated. There really are Emperor Dao laws. his eyes were incomparably cold. He knew that this was definitely not the void, just that the entire Ji family contained the void's blood and great Tao that revived. From a certain perspective, all creatures were the continuation of their ancestors' lives. Kill! Samsara Lord rushed over. He didn't wish for the void to truly reappear. Back then, the void blocked the sea of reincarnation alone, killing supreme beings. It could be said that there was a blood feud between the sea of reincarnation and the sea of reincarnation. Regardless of whether it was the sea of reincarnation or undying mountain, they both had a great grudge against the void emperor that couldn't be resolved. Chung. The void mirror shone, releasing a streak of immortal light, neutralizing Samsara Supreme Being's attack, scattering all of the Emperor Tao laws. This result left everyone shocked. As expected of an immortal mirror that has drunk the blood of supreme beings. Its power is matchless after all. Stone Emperor said coldly. He waved his hand, having Samsara Supreme Being not interfere. He was going to fight the void alone, settle the grudge of the past. At this moment, the Demon Fall Pestle, Imperial Sword, and 4 other Emperor artifacts all backed up, attacking the other Supreme Beings, making the pressure on them increase greatly. Kill! Stone Emperor released a great roar, his head of thick hair fluttering about. He was like a matchless demonic god, crushing the cosmos with a single step, slaughtering his way towards the void. Long. He brandished the great halberd, crushing everything. Many stars exploded, unable to endure this type of pressure. He directly aimed at the void's head, wishing to hack it in half. Chi! The ancient mirror shone, becoming like a sun, rising into the sky. Raging flames burned, locking down that snow-white halberd blade in this world, unable to descend. Good! Stone Emperor roared out, saying, "You aren't him, yet you temporarily revived him, possessing his life imprint and great Tao fragments." When all of the Supreme Beings heard this, they were shocked. Then they began to think to themselves. This was worth pondering over. Perhaps after studying it thoroughly, it might be another type of long life method. While Stone Emperor roared out, his entire body erupted with radiance. Blood energy pierced through the sky dome, shaking up all directions. Divine chains of order shot over like streaks of phoenix feathers, wishing to pierce through the void. However, the ancient mirror trembled, becoming one with the blood energy in the void. At this moment, it released heaven overflowing divine might. The mirror surface was glossy like jade, releasing resplendent light, completely blocking all of the natural law attacks. This was a heaven collapsing sound. Stone Emperor's body swayed, his entire body like a demonic mountain as he backed up, making the stellar domain cave in, tremble endlessly. Kill! For the first time, Void uttered a murderous roar that shook the entire area. All living beings seemed to have sensed it. Boundless willpower surged and gathered on his body, causing the originally dim Emperor's Tao laws to shine brightly. The damaged Emperor Tao fragments seemed to have become sparkling and translucent, complete. This was a strange transformation, leaving the great Supreme Beings truly shocked. This type of nourishment, the power of all living things truly is unfathomable, worth pondering over. There were ancient Supreme Beings who thought to themselves, feeling like their benefits were great. Long. Void took the initiative to attack. 9 colors blossomed in front of him, the void flower unfolding. Space froze, even time stopped, sealed by him. This type of unmatched forbidden secret method belonged to the ultimate secret section. Now, it actually appeared again. This was the unmatched extreme art the Void Emperor used to suppress chaos, previously used to kill more than a single Supreme Being. Void stopping, time stopping, suppressing the everlasting. In the distance, those who weren't on the battlefield all revealed looks of shock, as if they were also affected. Stone Emperor found it hard to budge, body rigid, primordial spirit unable to rush out. After exerting too much force, his entire body contorted, but he still couldn't break free. Void took action, a palm hacking forward. A stellar stream immediately turned into smoke, palm and fingers smashing towards Stone Emperor's head. At the same time, the Emperor mirror became even more resplendent, carrying the blood of Ji family's people as it descended, suppressing Stone Emperor's primordial spirit, wishing to kill him in one go. Ah! Stone Emperor roared. When the palm and fingers approached, his body suddenly moved, eyes so cold it made one feel as if they fell into an ice house. He carried a cruel smile, brandishing the great halberd, saying, "What a pity, you aren't him in the end, unable to excite me enough." This was a terrifying great collision. The heavenly dome collapsed, groups of stars falling, this starry domain immediately growing dim, terrifying beyond compare. Void faced it head-on, using a great palm imprint to face it. In addition, the Emperor mirror became even more resplendent, suppressing forward, striking down on the heaven-desolate halberd's blade, making the great halberd cry endlessly. Blood splashed outwards. Void and Stone Emperor both flew outwards. They both had Emperor bodies, yet under this type of power, they were still affected. Comparatively speaking, this wasn't the Void of the past. He suffered serious injuries, and Stone Emperor also coughed out a large mouthful of blood. As for the Emperor artifact's retaliation and bloody struggle, it was also extremely intense. This type of collision might even destroy one of the artifacts. It was clear that the Immortal mirror was stronger, radiance blazing brilliantly. Meanwhile, the heaven-desolate halberd became quite a bit dimmer, a nick appearing on the halberd blade, even more so a few cracks, suffering serious damage. Stone Emperor fought Void, directly fighting into the depths of the cosmos. Even if it isn't the true Void, right now, it still has his Emperor Dao laws. "I'm looking forward to it, I'm happy," Reincarnation Supreme Being said cruelly, chasing after him. He wanted to drink the blood of the Void. Meanwhile, those Emperor artifacts trembled, suppressing towards him. The battle continued, the range of the fluctuations becoming wider and wider. The heavens were trembling, the stars exploding, this world wailing. Everything seemed to be reaching its end, everything about to come to an end. Stone Emperor and Void fought to the climax. Undying Mountain's Lord simply didn't dare believe everything. Perhaps we were all wrong, the true Void seems to have returned. It was because that Void was actually becoming more and more powerful, becoming much more difficult to deal with than before. This was especially the case with that type of light, it was too familiar. One has to understand that that was the eye of the soul, representing a person's soul radiance. "Kill!" Stone Emperor roared, fighting with everything he had. He believed himself to be number one under the heavens, unmatched from past to present. Even if the true Void appeared, he still wouldn't feel any fear. Is that so? Has the Void returned? I really want to experience it. Reincarnation Lord arrived. This time, he didn't pay Stone Emperor any attention, directly taking action, collapsing the sky dome. The Void mirror trembled, releasing an expanse of eternal light. A giant ancient formation appeared, directly descending, submerging Reincarnation Lord within. Endless light erupted, endless energy surging, resplendent and dazzling. This was a killing formation the Void Emperor laid down endless years ago, unexpectedly preserved until now, appearing for the first time. Moreover, at this moment, Void abandoned Stone Emperor, directly rushing into the formation, holding the Immortal mirror to fight a great battle against Reincarnation Supreme Being. Reincarnation Supreme Being released a great roar, releasing a furious roar. A bloody arm was broken, flying out of the formation, and then exploding. Then, another furious roar sounded, accompanied by heaven collapsing fluctuations. Reincarnation Supreme Being was imprisoned by the Great Formation, the formation patterns and Emperor artifacts coexisting. Together with the Void Emperor's attack, a large piece of the battle clothes in front of his chest was blasted apart, and then his chest was blasted apart by the Void Emperor's fist and mirror. Blood and several bones flew out of the formation. The Emperor formation trapped a Supreme Being, the Emperor weapon suppressing him. Did the Void Emperor really return? He was going to kill a Supreme Being. Everyone's minds jumped. I pray to the heavens, please extend our lives for the Void Emperor's life. This world needs the Void Emperor. Let him fight for his people once more. In the endless stellar domain, it was unknown just how many people were praying. The will of all creatures surged, gathering over, all of them praying for the Void Emperor. Chapter 1594. There had never been a world like this before. The darkness chaos was so bitter, the entire world in despair. Only at the final moment did a glimmer of hope appear. The entire universe was bleeding, the people in misery and suffering, corpses piled up into a sea. Now, it was unknown just how many people had died. This was a world drenched in blood. The Great Formation was cracking apart. Stone Emperor hacked down with the Black Heaven Desolate halberd in hand. He was breaking through the formation. Supreme beings were unmatched in the 9 heavens 10 earths, nothing able to stop their advance. At this moment, Emperor Dao laws flew out like streaks of bright-colored phoenix feathers. They pierced through the world and attacked the formation the Void Emperor laid down. The great halberd forged from black dragon-marked gold was extremely terrifying. Chaotic energy curled about it, the snow-white halberd blade able to hack through everything in its path. Radiance flickered as it slaughtered its way into the formation. This was an extremely bad sign. Once the Great Formation collapsed, the Void would be in danger. All of their previous efforts would go to waste. The situation was truly dire. Within the Emperor Formation, a roar sounded, shaking everyone to the core. This was the fury of the Reincarnation Supreme Being. His blood splashed out, his bones broken. As an ancient Supreme Being, when had he ever suffered such a great disaster? This was simply unimaginable. For someone who had been unmatched his entire life, this was a type of extraordinary shame and humiliation. His other arm also flew out, forcibly severed. Blood flowed everywhere. Meanwhile, his chest seemed to have been pierced through. A powerful heart was beating. Each time a fluctuation spread, it was as if a heavenly drum was being struck. Void, is it really you? I'm looking forward to it. Drinking your blood has always been my wish. Let me resolve this obsession. The Reincarnation Lord was extremely terrifying. Even though his entire body was covered in blood, he still had a cruel smile on his face. It was as if the severed arm and broken breastbone didn't belong to him as he slaughtered his way over. When he first encountered the ambush, he suffered the attacks of the Emperor Formation, Immortal Mirror, and Void. As a result, he was in an incredibly sorry state, his entire body covered in blood, almost dying. However, at this moment he already stabilized. The remaining azure gold battle clothes on his body shone. The deities inside roared, wishing to get revenge for the destruction of his body. Moreover, the Reincarnation Supreme Being believed that Stone Emperor was about to attack. At that time, he wouldn't be passively fighting in the formation, but would instead tear apart the Void to settle his grudges and taste his Emperor blood. Void was taciturn, not saying a single word. He had a medium build and ordinary appearance. His silent appearance made him seem extraordinary within his ordinariness. Everything he did was worthy of being remembered by all living beings. There was no need to say too much. Everything he did was upright and honorable, glorious throughout the ages. He was destined to be engraved into everyone's hearts, making them cry out in grief. The celestial mirror shone, and the beam of light was like a waterfall, fiercely attacking the master of samsara. At the same time, the forbidden chapter of the Void appeared again. He put his heart into it, and his right arm felt like it was about to melt. A streak of blazing light extended outwards, splitting the entire world into 2 halves, wishing to use this to cut the Supreme Being's body in half. This Void Realm separation. The Reincarnation Lord released a cold snort. He saw this secret technique again. Back then, it was precisely this type of terrifying technique that separated the body and primordial spirit of the sea of reincarnation's other Supreme Being, melting them into nothingness. It was terrifying to the extreme, leaving him with a deep impression. Hong Long Long. An enormous crack extended between the boundless heaven and earth. The light was like a sea, separating the 2 realms, severing heaven and earth, severing the everlasting, shattering the restrictions of time. This was a true forbidden secret technique. At this moment, it appeared again, illuminating the past, present, and future, horrifying the world. Ah! The Reincarnation Lord roared. Endless strands of immortal light shot out from his mouth. This was his technique and Tao, turning into a heavenly cycle star river diagram. Divine chains of order interweaved, extremely dazzling. One separated the two realms, wishing to separate him. No matter where he fled to, he would be locked down. The other wanted to mend the heavens, block up the gap between heaven and earth, erase all natural laws, making the void truly empty. The light between these two was boundless, exceptionally dazzling. Wonglong. The celestial mirror trembled, shining down endless light, joining the battle. The great formation was still there, still displaying its might, also suppressing forward. With a pu sound, blood flew out. The reincarnation lord's body was struck by the mirror light, tumbling out. Moreover, the great formation crushed him, causing him to stagger, almost falling to the ground. The void realm separation, this forbidden secret technique attacked. The light was resplendent, sweeping across his shoulder. The terrifying crack directly swallowed his shoulder blade, dripping with blood. He was almost hacked apart. The reincarnation lord groaned, his expression sinister. After achieving the Tao, this was the only time he suffered such a great loss in this battle. In the past, he was unrivaled, but this was not a defeat, but a humiliation. His entire body erupted with immortal light, the battle clothes forged from feather azure gold in tens of thousands of streaks, auspicious colors surging out. Terrifying battle force surged out like a sea, wreaking havoc between heaven and earth. That was his origin law whistling, the three realms reincarnation, the past, the present, and the future alternated, sweeping through the void, sending him flying. Blood gushed out from his mouth, and some of his bones deformed. The Supreme Being was going all out. The reincarnation lord was furious, going completely berserk. It was as if he had returned to the night before he achieved the Tao, fighting a bloody battle against a great enemy of the entire universe. His spirit and fighting spirit had risen to the peak of his life. And at this moment, his primordial spirit rumbled, shining with immortal splendor. This was a sign that he would ascend to the peak at any time, returning to the throne. Of course, he was hesitant, restraining himself. After all, the price of doing so was too great. After this battle, he would inevitably wither away. The great battle continued, and the void was still growing stronger, as if it had truly returned. It beat the reincarnation Supreme Being until blood splashed everywhere, and his body was badly damaged. Although it could be restored in an instant, the essence energy used to treat the Emperor physique was so precious that it tore their hearts apart. Can you kill me? The reincarnation lord laughed cruelly. During the desolate era, the void could kill supreme beings, and in this era, I can do the same. The void didn't speak easily, but this time, he spoke with a murderous voice, resounding through the heavens. Before his death, this promise would be fulfilled. All spirits felt this, continuously praying. Their thoughts turned into the most surging will force, supporting Void's body, making his Emperor Tao laws shine with a brilliance similar to that of the past. Everyone howled in grief. Will force was a miraculous thing. The Void sensed their fear and despair, and they also seemed to be able to see everything that was happening here. All spirits kowtowed, prostrating themselves in this direction, continuously praying. The will force that turned into a sea continued to support him, praying for the Void Emperor to defeat all opponents. Pooh! The reincarnation Supreme Being felt as if he was facing the Void Emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago, and not a replacement. This battle was actually this difficult. He was actually going to be beaten until he exploded. Flowers of blood blossomed one after another. Before the Void's forbidden secret technique, he suffered serious injuries. If he didn't return to the peak, perhaps he would fall here. How many people had seen the arms of emperors and emperors broken, and now, it was really happening. The Void was going to kill the reincarnation Supreme Being. In this apocalyptic despair, he created the only hope, revealing the dawn of victory. A world-shocking explosion occurred. A rain of blood flew everywhere, bones were broken, and the reincarnation lord was sent flying. The Void's Emperor fist almost shattered him, making the world wail. In that instant, he returned. That gaze was no different from the Void Emperor of the past, and the fluctuations of his primordial spirit were almost the same. The Void Emperor within the blood of the Ji family had revived. The reincarnation supreme being roared, his entire body shining. Failure wasn't his choice, and being unrivaled under the heavens was his life's conviction. He would rather pay the price to return to the peak than kill the Void Emperor, even if he himself had to die in the end. However, the Void's forbidden secret technique was too terrifying. When his palm descended, the entire world trembled. The radiance of the immortal mirror almost locked the reincarnation lord in place, preventing him from advancing smoothly. A large rain of blood flew everywhere. The Void Emperor's fist and the immortal mirror actually fused together and shone, destroying everything in their way, including the ancient supreme beings. Another supreme forbidden secret technique. The reincarnation lord adjusted his state. His eyes were cold to the extreme as he did his best to resist. However, when facing the person who had almost become the true void of the past, he fell into a passive state of death and was about to be consigned to eternal damnation. With a pu sound, the Void Emperor's fist and the immortal mirror fused, shattering half of the reincarnation supreme being's body. Flesh and blood were everywhere, and he was sent flying. The Void moved forward, wanting to kill his primordial spirit. At this time, the Emperor formation, the immortal mirror, and the Void were synchronized. They all reached the peak, forcibly preventing the reincarnation lord from returning to the peak. They wanted to kill him in this final attack. This would definitely shake the ages. After a long time, the Void Emperor was awakened by all living beings. He once again fought for his people, and he would once again kill an ancient supreme being. The Void Emperor, regardless of whether it was in the past or now, alive or dead, has always been protecting his people. He will pacify the chaos in all directions. You have to succeed. This was the call of all living beings. The will of the entire universe came to support him, causing the Void's battle power to surge. Even though his appearance was ordinary, the power of a great emperor was undoubtedly displayed. He suppressed downwards, about to kill the reincarnation supreme being. A black halberd hacked into the formation, opening up a gap. The stone emperor slaughtered his way in, immediately causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. He was like an unrivaled demonic god. His eyes released cold lightning as he brandished the halberd, cutting apart heaven and earth. He left behind a terrifying wound on the back of the Void, almost splitting it open. Even his bones were split open. The reincarnation lord suffered serious injuries, but he still managed to avoid a fatal blow. His head was a bit shattered, but his primordial spirit was preserved. He stood up from the pool of blood, laughing cruelly while dripping blood. Void, you failed at the last moment. The reincarnation lord's face was full of ruthlessness. He stomped down, shattering heaven and earth. Together with the stone emperor, they destroyed the great formation that had long been cracked. The great formation's materials weren't good. The Void Emperor didn't have enough immortal materials back then. After endless years passed, even though the formation wasn't destroyed, in a battle of this level, after suffering the attacks of several people, it still collapsed. The Void faced the two of them, blood dripping from his back. His bones were connected together, but he still remained silent. In the end, he only said a single sentence: "The Void has never been weaker than anyone in this life." Then, his eyes erupted with two blazing beams of light. He slaughtered his way over, actually going to fight the two of them alone. Cold laughter rang out. 3 unrivaled demonic figures appeared. The Light and Darkness Supreme Being, the Lord of the Divine Ruins, and Chi-Tian Supreme Being pressed over together. All of them were tall and intimidating, like 3 demonic gods from before the world was created. They fought against the Emperor weapons while slaughtering their way over. This is but a true Emperor body that has undergone rebirth. It contains the most precious Emperor Dao laws. Do you too want to hog it all for yourselves? The 3 of them were surging with killing intent. They had long been injured, their bodies covered in blood from the Emperor weapons. After all, there were just too many Emperor weapons, but they still pressed over. It was clear that they viewed the Void Emperor as prey, wishing to participate in the hunt and kill the Great Emperor. The life essence energy they needed, If it was provided by a great emperor, then that would be the most abundant surprise, bringing them tremendous benefits. The void could sense all living beings through the sea of will force, and all living beings could also sense his situation. Many people were alarmed, crying out loudly in grief. Who can fight shoulder to shoulder with the Void Emperor? Who can lend the Void Emperor a helping hand? Heavens, how unfair are you? Why does the Void Emperor always have to face so many great enemies? Is he going to repeat the same mistakes, fight a bloody battle to the death? The entire world was in mourning. Chapter 1595. In the depths of the universe, where the Jiang clan had retreated, a handsome young man with peerless charm stood up with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. He said, "Everything is ready. I have integrated the eternal universe Great Emperor's remnant seal into the faith energy of living beings. It's time for me to move." Fei. His grandfather grabbed his arm. His tears were turbid, and his eyes were filled with regret and sadness. He knew that the most outstanding disciple of the clan was going to use his life to fulfill the responsibility of a great emperor's descendant, and he would never return. The young man was Jiang Yifei, the current leader of the Jiang clan. He was extremely talented and easily defeated the clan's god physique. His real combat ability was enough to show disdain for his peers in the Big Dipper clan. However, he didn't show his strength and kept a low profile. No one knew how strong he was. However, those who knew him well could only describe him as unfathomable. Since the ancestor's bloodline has been revived in my body, I need to use my life to explain it. I need to let the Hengyu Great Emperor return and settle the darkest chaos in history. Jiang Yifei had a kind of otherworldly appearance. He still had a gentle smile on his face without a trace of sadness. He was still aloof and elegant. "Yifei," many elders in the clan said with trembling voices. However, they could only call out this name. They had no way to stop it. Now, who else in the Great Emperor's clan could fight? Until now, only the Ji clan and the Jiang clan still had the imprint of their ancestors. They could still use the life fragments in their clan's bloodline to revive the Great Emperor for a while. This is the moment. Jiang Yifei stood up decisively and soared into the sky. "I'll wait for you, Fei. I believe you can come back." A woman shouted from behind. Her face was full of tears, and her body couldn't help but tremble. She didn't have a high cultivation level or a strong physique. She was almost an ordinary person. She couldn't even be considered to have stepped on the path of cultivation. However, she walked together with the peerless Jiang Yifei. She couldn't stop him, and she wouldn't stop him. She could only stand there and look at the starry sky. She crossed her arms and prayed with tears in her eyes, hoping that he could come back alive. Jiang Yifei's body trembled. He didn't look back. He paused for a moment and said, "In this dark age, you must take care of yourself and raise Feng into a man." I know. That woman wept in grief. She watched as that exceptional figure disappeared into the depths of the cosmos. She wept loudly, kneeling on the ground. Behind her, a little boy appeared. He looked to be only 3 or 4 years old. "Mother, don't cry. Father will come back." He stretched out his tender little hands to help the woman wipe her tears, but there were also sparkling and translucent tears that appeared, sliding down his tender cheeks. "I'm not crying. Good child, let's wait for your father to come back together." Behind them stood many elders, all of them silent, no one saying anything. They could already foresee the result. "Feng be good." Jiang Kaixin appeared and picked up the little boy. Then, she helped her sister-in-law. In the sky, Jiang Yifei transformed into a beam of eternal light. He held the eternal universe furnace in his hand, and his entire body was burning. The furnace was bright red, and it was sprinkled with the blood of everyone in the clan. As for himself, he would fuse into his ancestor's body, using his own soul, bones, and blood to awaken the potential of the Emperor's physique of the past. He would regain control of the Emperor's Tao laws, allowing the life fragments and great Tao of the eternal universe Great Emperor in his clan's bloodline to gather once again. Boom! In the sky, a white-robed figure appeared. He held the leaf fire divine furnace in his hand, and in an instant, tens of thousands of zhang of light burst forth. He came close and fused with the eternal universe divine furnace, and the two furnaces became one. Divine King. Jiang Yifei bowed deeply after seeing him. Jiang Taishu helped him up and took the eternal universe divine furnace. His intention was clear. He wanted to fuse with the Tao laws and carry out the blood sacrifice. Divine King, Ancestor Xian, only I can go today. You can't go. The bloodline of the Jiang clan still needs your protection. Jiang Yifei was unwilling. You're still young. Go back. Don't let Feng wait for too long. Don't let the woman who has been waiting for you guard in silence for the rest of her life, the white-robed Divine King said softly. He patted his shoulder and tore open the void, about to banish him back to the Jiang clan. No, in this life, there can't be any accidents. My awakening is a blessing from the heavens. The bloodline of my ancestors has completely recovered in my body. Even my appearance is the same. This is not a coincidence. The emperor of my clan died in battle in the Age of Darkness. Only I am the most suitable. Please let me go. Jiang Yifei was not as gentle as before. At this moment he was very determined to go. My body contains the hope of the eternal universe great emperor's resurrection. Only I can do it. Although you have great achievements, you are not the most suitable candidate, Jiang Yifei said loudly. The white-robed Divine King Jiang Taishu did not say anything. This was indeed the case, and there was no time to waste. He immediately brought Jiang Yifei with him and flew into the depths of the universe. The eternal universe divine furnace erupted with the most dazzling light. Psychokinesis was a mysterious thing, and it was also a power that people could not understand. Otherwise, the undying heavenly emperor would not have created a divine fetus and studied it for a lifetime. Also, the Amitabha great emperor would not have gathered the power of faith to create immortality. And now, when everyone was in despair, they could not help but think of the ancient great emperor. He really made the void return and carried out the final battle, even though he would disappear forever in the long river of time. And the other great emperors were naturally remembered and thought of. When the Jiang clan sent a wisp of their imperial imprint into that ocean-like psychokinesis, everyone's call for the eternal universe divine king reached its strongest. The eternal universe great emperor has returned. In this boundless heaven and earth, there were cries everywhere. It was like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood, wanting to desperately hold on to it and use their lives to shout. Rumble. Shino awakened, and there was endless sharpness in the depths of his eyes. A radiance that even the sun, moon, and stars were about to lose their splendor blossomed. His entire aura became who knew how many times stronger. He was controlling a few emperor weapons in battle, and those weapons were all willing to do as they wished. And now, he broke free and faced the supreme being in front of him alone. Moreover, the heaven and earth exploded. The eternal universe furnace flew over like the light of hope. It illuminated the darkness and warmed the cold universe, cutting open the shackles of eternity. No one could stop it. The Divine King and Jiang Yifei appeared, holding the Emperor furnace forged from phoenix blood and scarlet gold. Their bodies were covered in blood as they sacrificed themselves to fuse with the person in front of them. They have returned. A desolate voice shook the universe. The light in Shino's eyes became even more resplendent as he erupted with true Emperor might. Primal chaos chi exploded for millions and millions of li. The ancestor's life continues in our blood. Now let it truly awaken. The Divine King and Jiang Yifei shouted. They rushed forward and finally collided with that person. No one could stop them. The eternal universe furnace erupted with its most powerful state in history. Clanging sounds rang out as it saw its former master. It was as if it had returned to the primordial era and was longing for an emperor battle. The other emperor weapons were also resonating, protecting at the side. Light rushed into the heavens. Immortal light burst forth. In the final instant, the three figures fused into one. But in the end, after the bloodline power was fused, Jiang Yifei fell out again. Go back. Don't let those who waited for you feel sad because they waited for you for a lifetime in vain. It's enough for the Jiang clan to have you. That was the Divine King's final words. Divine King. Jiang Yifei howled in grief. He didn't expect that at the final instant, the power of his bloodline would be transferred and pushed out by the Divine King. He was clearer than anyone what the consequences of doing this were. This indicated that the Divine King would no longer have a chance to reappear. By allowing Jianghu to escape, he had severed his final hope of reappearing in the world. There was only a single thread of hope left. This was a thread of hope in the face of the destruction of the world. He had severed his own path, leaving it to Jianghu. The eternal universe furnace trembled, smashing apart the void and blasting Jianghu into it. Jianghu vanished into the darkness of the void, vanishing from this place. So what if this is the case? Can an additional eternal universe furnace really be enough to defy the heavens? It's merely creating an Emperor Dao expert. I will only feel more satisfied when I taste the Emperor's blood and Emperor laws. A true Emperor's law fragment will appear in your blood. It would be extremely beneficial to our immortal foundations. The heaven-abandoning paragon coldly spoke. His eyes flickered with coldness as ruthlessness was written all over his face. Good, we now have a true Emperor's body and he's also our enemy. The 5 of us will split it equally and it will be sufficient to nourish our immortal foundations. The light and darkness paragon laughed cruelly. He had no fear at all. With a thunderous boom, the divine furnace forged from phoenix blood directly smashed over. Hung Yu was extremely domineering, directly aiming for the kill. With a bang, the ancient golden staff in the light and darkness paragon's right hand trembled violently, causing his arm to turn numb as blood flowed from the webbing between his thumb and index finger. He was forced to summon all the Emperor Dao laws in his body to resist. Hung Yu, I've long heard that you are very mysterious. You fought against the entire Origin ancient mine alone and seem to have interacted with the greatest schemer since ancient times, protecting the peace of the mortal world. As expected, you have some methods. The light and darkness paragon coldly spoke. Is that person really still alive? You brought the scarlet phoenix blood gold, a supreme immortal material that he loves the most, to the absolute beginning forbidden area to refine weapons. You're trying to force him to prove that he's still alive, right? There's no need to ask. He once left behind the phoenix blood gold in the absolute beginning forbidden grounds. That person didn't take it, so he definitely isn't in the Big Dipper region. Also, do you all really think that the person before you is Hang Yu? The Divine Ruins Lord coldly spoke. Kill the 2 of them and everything will be clear. Why is there a need to ask so many questions? Their blood and souls will become the divine essence that nourishes our immortal foundations. The reincarnation sovereign was covered in blood as he fought in the air. At this moment he spoke cruelly. At this time, they weren't fighting for the Emperor Dao, but for longevity, for the sake of prolonging their lives. Killing Emperor-level prey, their methods would naturally be extremely cruel. However, even though their words were confident, they still paid a great price. Because of the Emperor weapons attacks, almost every single one of them was covered in blood, suffering injuries. In fact, if they were careless, they might even be forced to sublimate to the extreme in order to neutralize it. Hence, in this intense battle, even the 5 great paragons didn't dare to be careless. Everything would come to an end, everything would come to an end. At this point, another Emperor weapon was shattered. It was because not only were the 5 great paragons fighting, they also had weapons, so the pressure on them wasn't that great. In the depths of the starry sky, Ji Ziyue was watching from afar. She still didn't know that Ji Haoyue had been sent into the depths of the void by Ji Zi and didn't die. On this day, not only did she send off her brother, she also sent off Yi Fan. In a single day, 2 people were injured, their hearts broken. Both of them were going to die, with almost no hope of survival. In a single day, she lost 2 of the most important people. Her heart was broken, and she couldn't stop her tears. In the eyes of the supreme beings, perhaps I am just a particle, perhaps I am just an ant, but I will release my voice, use my angry roar, use my actions to resist. Big Dipper region, Yi Fan returned, roaring loudly. The universe was in turmoil, the world was bleeding, and one race after another was suffering. In particular, the roar of the great completion divine physique when he died in battle unexpectedly reached his heart. This was a mental message that transcended galaxies. In an instant he understood many things. He entered the ancient forbidden area to gather medicine with the tacit approval of the great completion divine physique. Otherwise, he could leave, but he definitely couldn't bring the medicine away. He silently watched him grow, but didn't interfere. He hoped that he could tread his own path and not follow the path of all the divine physiques. Ah! Yi Fan shouted. The great completion divine physique's death and Tao transformation deeply shocked him. It was truly engraved in his heart, causing his blood to surge. At that time, his body almost exploded from his own blood. Even if I am a moth flying into a flame, even if my body is crushed, I have no fear. I will prove that I existed, that I have fought, that I am unyielding. The path of life, the roar of millions and millions of ants, will make the world tremble in the end. Yi Fan angrily roared. He arrived outside the sacred cliff. He wanted to ascend this blood-soaked peak, take away a few things, and then go into the universe to fight. Chapter 1596. The former glory had all come to an end. The present Big Dipper was lifeless. There were bloodstains and corpses everywhere, forming seas and mountains. This was the most miserable scene of the apocalypse. The ancient land of life was in pieces. Many things no longer existed and could never return. They were forever erased without a trace. It was unknown how much blood and bones they had seen along the way. Yi Fan stood outside the sacred cliff and clenched his fists tightly. In this dark chaos, human life was truly more worthless than grass, making one feel grief and indignation. Behind him was the Black Emperor. It had come to break the formation patterns, so entering the sacred cliff with it was the safest choice. Apart from that, there was also the little girl. She possessed a strange ability that would always appear at the crucial moment. Big brother. The little girl's large eyes were filled with tears. Everything she had seen along the way made her eyes glisten. This tragedy was unbearable for a child. There's someone. Yi Fan's hair stood on end. He directly took out the green copper cauldron, which emitted a sparkling light that enveloped this place. His expression became serious because there was naturally an extremely dangerous fluctuation. There was a powerful character coming with hostility. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly used the immortal cauldron. Your intuition is quite sharp. At the sacred cliff, a hazy sphere of light appeared. A tall figure appeared, and an ocean-like pressure instantly descended. The terrifying aura, powerful energy fluctuations, and dense killing intent indicated that this was a supreme expert. It was as if an ancient heavenly dragon was looking down on ants. This kind of arrogance and transcendent attitude was somewhat dazzling. He did not conceal his sharpness at all. Emperor Qi pervaded the air, making it extremely terrifying. This was a quasi-emperor. Yi Fan had never thought that after the Great Calamity, there would still be such a terrifying character here. He clearly showed hostility and killing intent towards him. You are the divine physique Yi Fan? He asked indifferently. Yes, and who are you? Yi Fan's eyes flickered as he asked in a deep voice. Divine Court's Vice Sect Master, Yu Huatian. His expression was cold. The mist around him was hazy, and chaotic force surged. A powerful aura surged forward, intimidating everyone. If it was a normal great sage, he would have directly collapsed, turning into a bloody mist and crushed bones. This was the tremendous pressure that came from the quasi-emperor. It could definitely crush all ants. The green copper cauldron shone, releasing kung chang sounds, releasing powerful fluctuations. Immortal splendor scattered down, protecting Yi Fan, not moving at all. However, his mind was not calm, not expecting to meet the other party here and now. The Imperial Lord of the Divine Court had once issued an edict for him to have an audience with him, but he had refused. Moreover, he had destroyed the Tao foundation of that arrogant messenger, causing him to fall from the realm of the great sage. Naturally, there was enmity between them. Then, this vice sect master drafted an edict, his words forceful, telling him to go to the Divine Court to receive his punishment, or else he would be slaughtered for millions and millions of li until he died. This was really unexpected. In this dark turmoil, experts from all sides were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring, fleeing for their lives. They never thought that they would meet Yu Huan, the deputy cult master of the divine court, at the source of the dark turmoil, the Northern Dipper. To be more precise, he wanted to leave from this place. It was clear that the divine court's deputy cult master Yu Huatian was extremely daring. When the various rulers were panicking, he was extremely shrewd, quietly hurrying to the bloodland where chaos had taken place, staying right near the various supreme beings' lairs. This was indeed quite daring. One had to admit that the current Northern Dipper could still be considered safe. Many supreme beings didn't return. This place that seemed to be the most dangerous was actually the most peaceful Pure Land. Right now, he was going to leave. It was because he reckoned that many supreme beings would return soon, so he couldn't stay here for too long. He could only temporarily avoid disaster. This old thing really is more slippery than a fried dough stick. The Black Emperor cursed silently, inwardly cursing. Encountering a quasi-emperor in this place, moreover with such strong hostility, wasn't a good thing. If he ascended the sacred cliff and obtained what he needed, then that was that, he wouldn't have to fear him. However, things were a bit bad now. What did you come here for? Yu Huatian asked coldly, not hiding his killing intent at all. He was going to take action. Yi Fan's expression was calm. The darkness turmoil is coming, so I have to do my part. Ha! Yu Huatian laughed loudly towards the sky. The chaotic energy around his body spread, and then his laughter suddenly stopped. He said with disdain, "Even an ant like you dares to boast shamelessly? What can you do?" "No matter how small an ant is, I can still do my part. I'm not strong enough, but I want to make my voice heard. Even if I die in battle, I want to prove that I fought before." Yi Fan coldly replied. "What use is that? You are just an ant, so you can only die in vain, making others laugh at you, ha." Yu Huatian laughed loudly, his face full of mockery. "At least I made my voice heard, used my angry roars, used my actions to resist. If everyone in the world was like you, like the overlord body, then there really wouldn't be the slightest bit of hope." Yi Fan said coldly. The smile on Yu Huatian's face became even stronger, but his voice became sinister. "Even if you had 10,000 lives and slaughtered your way over, you still wouldn't be able to make a splash. Laughable to the extreme. I'm not strong. You are strong enough, and the Lord of the Celestial Court behind you is even stronger. He is about to achieve the path and has the ability to fight against the ancient supreme beings. If you can ask him to come out, you can at least make him bleed. Why? Why do we have to fight?" Yu Huatian's expression became cold. "I believe that the two of you aren't the only ones who are exceptionally strong. If you are all unyielding and go help the Void Emperor, lend him a hand, then maybe you can change the situation. The roars of billions of ants will make even the heaven and earth tremble. However, if everyone is silent, then it will be the sorrow of all living beings." At this point, Yi Fan was expressionless. Even though he already knew the result, he still said it. "Ha!" Yu Huatian couldn't help but laugh. Then, his expression turned cold. "If you want to die, then go yourself. No, let me send you on your way so you don't have to bear the pain of losing your essence and blood soul. Rebelling against the Celestial Court, you have committed the great crime of killing without pardon. Today, I will deal with you according to the law." The Black Emperor's expression was ugly. He had seen people who could make his black heart beat in anger, but he had never made his heart boil like this. In this dark and chaotic world, it was understandable that he didn't do his best. Everyone had different ways of thinking, but he was still so despicable. When others wanted to do their part, it was one thing for him to mock and ridicule them, but he even wanted to kill them. This was truly unforgivable. "Scram!" The large black dog shouted angrily, directly laying out a few killing formations. Originally, he had wanted Yi Fan to take him on his way. Even though it wouldn't be of much use, it was still a token of his sincerity. The true quasi-emperor was a person of another cultivation realm. Yu Huatian was who knew how many times stronger than the old magical snake, so how could he kill him just like that? He took a step forward, and the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. He blocked the formation and didn't fall down, not being trapped within. Normally, you give orders and stand above all, but when I really need you, you are even worse than dog shit. Yi Fan directly cursed. The Black Emperor ground his teeth and didn't say anything. The expression of the deputy sect master of the divine court was cold, and he said, "It's useless to say anything. I only know that you are about to die, and I will take your head right now and sacrifice it to the divine court. This is the result of not respecting the divine decree. A person like you also wants to rule over the universe and rebuild the ancient heaven? What a fool's dream. Shameless and despicable, I look down on you," Yi Fan said disdainfully. Yu Huatian took a step forward and was about to kill Yi Fan. Moreover, he stared at the green copper cauldron, and the flames of greed in the depths of his eyes were scorching like the sun, blazing and pressing. "Big brother." Little Nan Nan grabbed onto the corner of Yi Fan's clothes and peeked out her small head from behind him. She looked forward and was incredibly worried. Then she ran in front of him, stretched out a pair of small arms to protect him, and shouted angrily, "Don't hurt big brother." "Nanan, don't worry, the despicable have no face, we have feet, he can't do anything to us." Yi Fan carried her and was about to enter the holy cliff with the Black Emperor. Just as Yu Huatian was about to make a move, he suddenly shivered. After staring at little Nan Nan, the more he looked, the more terrified he became. A layer of goosebumps actually grew all over his body, and after probing with his divine sense, he actually felt as if he had fallen into an endless black abyss. He couldn't help but cry out loudly and retreat in shock. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor's figures flashed, and taking advantage of this opportunity, they directly entered the area of the holy cliff. According to the formation map held by the Black Emperor, they advanced step by step towards the old blood-stained land. This way. In reality, the Black Emperor's formation map didn't even need to be taken out. Once they entered, little Nan Nan's eyes sparkled brightly, and she extended her white little hand to point the way forward. Just like when they entered the Undying Mountain back then, she seemed to have awakened once again and could see through all the Tao patterns. Outside the restricted area, Yu Huatian stared at their backs. His eyes were cold and confused, and a cold light flashed. He didn't leave, but waited outside. He believed that Yi Fan definitely wouldn't come here for no reason. He had long heard that there might be 9 secrets here, and that there might be immortal treasures. A cold expression appeared on his face as he quietly waited outside. That little girl terrified him. He saw some of the real scenes, but he believed that if he suddenly attacked, killing Yi Fan wouldn't be a problem. "I'm just guessing. I can't be sure that it's here. I only heard the Great Emperor say something about it, but I didn't understand it at that time," the Black Emperor said. The Great Emperor he was talking about was naturally Wuxia. "Doggy, you must remember carefully. Big brother knows that he will die, but he still wants to fight with his life. I don't want anything to happen to him. You have to think of a way," little Nan Nan said seriously with tears in her eyes. Finally, they reached the main peak. On the way, they met a few ancient figures standing on the mountain, their bodies submerged in mist. They are all extremely powerful figures. Even though they comprehended the Tao, time doesn't spare anyone. In the end, they all passed away. In reality, they were already considered lucky. Even more people died on the way, and those who were lucky enough to reach this place were few in number. Along the way, they were careful and cautious. Finally, they reached the peak of the cliff and arrived at this place once again. Yi Fan opened the giant coffin. 2 corpses were lying inside. There was blood and evil inside, and the scene was extremely miserable. One of them was the master of the celestial court, an unparalleled and powerful figure. However, his death was extremely miserable. He was strangled to death by a large success holy body with green hair all over his body. Yi Fan came for the corpse of the large success holy body, and also for the things carved by the great Emperor Wuxia. He wanted to search carefully. According to the Black Emperor, Wuxia should have left something behind back then. This corpse was truly demonic and incomparably terrifying. In a trance, his eyes seemed to have opened, revealing a cold glint. However, this was not a real scene. It was just a type of evil energy. Now, after a long period of time had passed, this place was already very peaceful, and there was nothing else. Yi Fan suppressed him with the green copper cauldron. Even though it was damaged, it was still equivalent to an emperor weapon. It was an emperor's immortal weapon, so it naturally had no problem suppressing evil and releasing evil. Even though you are already the great sage and can't be mentioned in the same breath as before, you can't stay in this body for too long. Otherwise, you won't need the Jizun to make a move, and you will be in danger. At that time, even the gods won't be able to save you. The Black Emperor warned seriously, his expression extremely serious. He had no way of approaching. Only Yi Fan could approach the powerful large success holy body, because Yi Fan had activated the secret realm of cultivating the holy body, so he could touch it. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to do anything at all. They definitely wouldn't be able to touch the corpse, let alone enter it. It's a pity that he lost too much blood and dyed the holy cliff red. He isn't at the peak of his body, or else even you wouldn't be able to approach him. The Black Emperor's mood was complicated. Yi Fan nodded. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything left behind by Wuxia in this place. There was nothing there. I know it might be there. The Black Emperor's eyes revealed a faint light, and said, even though doing that is disrespectful to the great Emperor Wuxia, there is no other way. Then don't delay any further. Go immediately. Yi Fan urged. Brat, you have to understand that even if you have a heaven-piercing cultivation, you will undoubtedly die if you leave like this. Even if you use the things left behind by the great Emperor Wuxia to fight, it will still be difficult to change your fate and outcome. You will lose your life. I have already decided that I will only do my part. I have fought, and I have no regrets. Yi Fan said resolutely and decisively. With the arrival of the dark turmoil, there was no pure land in the world. He wanted to use his own blood and soul to explain the unyielding spirit of this era. He had once existed and he had once fought. When they were about to walk out of the holy cliff area, little Nan Nen stretched out her small hand and pointed forward, saying, "That bad guy is hiding outside." Chapter 1597. Yi Fan opened his origin heavenly eyes and saw a hazy light. Yu Huatian hadn't left yet and was actually waiting outside. It was clear that he wanted to hunt him down. One can't have no bottom line. I'm like a moth flying into a flame, rushing into the cosmos to fight. Even though my power is insignificant, I'm still doing my part. Meanwhile, you don't care about the darkness chaos and want to kill me here. What a divine court Yu Huan. Yi Fan was truly furious. Even though this person was a quasi-emperor, he was still spurned by him. Even though this person had emperor energy rising, he still loathed and looked down on him. What did you take out from the sacred cliff? Yu Huatian's eyes flickered. He didn't care about anything else and only cared about this. There was a type of desire in the depths of his eyes. Something that could make Yi Fan come here in this dark era was definitely world-shocking. I took out a supreme treasure that can fight against a supreme being. Do you want it? Yi Fan asked coldly. Are you trying to scare me? Why wouldn't I want it? I'm waiting here precisely to send you on your way. No matter what it is, just leave it behind. Yu Huatian said coldly. Even though that little girl was terrifying and had a terrifying background, he still wanted to take action to avoid her and quickly get rid of Yi Fan. Fine, I'll give it to you. Yi Fan roared angrily. His hair stood on end, every strand pointing towards the sky. Golden blood energy rushed into the heavens along with waves of red multicolored light. There was a huge beam of light at the top of his head, shattering the dome of heaven. This was the power of his bloodline, the foundation of his unrivaled physical body. A corpse appeared, falling out from the cauldron. Its entire body was covered in green hair, and its appearance was extremely terrifying. It stood there majestically, its aura suppressing the world. This was the great completion saint physique of the past. He had once fought against Undying Mountain, cutting off a black ancient mountain and turning it into a sacred cliff. He fought a bloody battle for his entire life, his name resounding throughout the ages. Unfortunately, in the end, his body declined due to old age, and his blood energy was no longer abundant. He was killed by the Undying Taoist in his later years, dyeing the sacred cliff red. This was the hero of the past, only his fate was tragic, becoming like this. Originally, his divine might should have been matchless, looking down on the world, but now, he could only be covered in green hair, horrifying the world. Yi Fan's primordial spirit did not enter the body, but his entire body. The blood of this body had already turned cold, the sea of bitterness had already dried up, the immortal platform no longer existed. However, as Yi Fan merged with it, his entire body shone, and then rumbled with noise. The sound of blood flowing was like thunder. An unmatched hero was reviving, as if he was going to wake up from his slumber. This corpse was glowing, just like the second-rate holy body that Yi Fan had when he entered the Green Flood Dragon King's treasure house. It made the dried-up samsara surge again. The sacred body was connected by blood. Yi Fan felt that he and this body were born as one, as if they had never been separated. Buzz. It directly pierced through the 9 great heavens, its power endless murderous calamity. This body shone with resplendent radiance, the surging sounds of blood sounding like the angry roar of a great sea, absolutely deafening. Yi Fan merged with this body. That azure lotus in his sea of reincarnation directly took root in the body of the sacred body, causing a vast ocean to churn, resplendent and resplendent. The vitality of this body seemed to have recovered. Only the immortal platform was dim, without any luster at all. That was because his soul had already died, dissipating into thin air. Everything happened in the time it takes for sparks to fly off a flint, giving no time for others to react. Yi Fan rushed out. He could sense how powerful this body was. Just the fleshly body alone was enough to destroy this entire star region. The green copper cauldron also followed him, hovering above his head, protecting his frontal bone. Brilliant immortal light cascaded downwards, protecting his immortal platform from attacks. Yu Huatian was very powerful. He was a quasi-emperor. Although the time he spent in this realm wasn't very long, he had long stabilized his cultivation base. He also prepared to rush over. In the end, he didn't expect that a thunderous boom would ring out. Yi Fan merged with a body, radiating resplendent light as he took the initiative to rush over. In just an instant, his opponent already arrived before him. He swiftly punched out. This was the true might of a quasi-emperor, causing the heavens and earth to crumble. If it wasn't for the St. Cliff behind him being protected by the Great Emperor formation, the shockwaves would definitely have destroyed everything. However, this tyrannical punch didn't have the effect it should have. It was completely ignored by that person who rushed over. That person lifted a gigantic green hand and directly grabbed over. Damn! Yu Huatian was shocked. He hurriedly dodged because that was a sacred body at the grand perfection. Although he had never personally seen it before, he could definitely guess that this was someone from the ancient era who could fight against immortal emperors. Competing against a sacred body at the grand perfection stage was simply courting death. Even if he became a quasi-emperor, he still wouldn't be able to do so. Shio. He retreated like a bolt of lightning. However, Yi Fan's speed was just as astonishing. The Dimension's secret art represented the pinnacle of this domain, and it almost touched upon the domain of time. And now, Yi Fan was even displaying it with a sacred body at the grand perfection stage. This kind of speed was simply too terrifying. Even time seemed to be flowing in reverse. Yi Fan was like a shadow, chasing after the quasi-emperor and slapping out with his palm. He had no way to compare his primordial spirit with his opponent because he hadn't reached that realm. Only his physical body was invincible at this moment. This was something that belonged to people like them. When their physiques were cultivated to the peak, they could destroy everything in close combat. Yu Huatian clearly sensed Yi Fan's weakness. His entire body erupted with light as divine chains of order shot out, rushing towards Yi Fan's skull, wanting to pierce through his immortal foundation. However, it was clearly impossible. The green copper cauldron hung there, emitting immortal light that blocked everything. However, little Nan Nan at the back didn't understand. Her intuition told her that the quasi-emperor was much stronger than Yi Fan's original body. Hence, she cried out in fear, "Don't hurt big brother." Her tender cries actually contained a mysterious power. A large portion of the light emitted by Yu Huatian's primordial spirit immediately dimmed. His primordial spirit was in intense pain as if it was about to explode. At this moment, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He was the quasi-emperor. Who could injure him like this? There was only one answer. When he thought of this result, his entire body convulsed. He turned around and left. However, his primordial spirit was unstable and in incomparable pain. He was actually injured by the cries just now. Behind him, the Black Emperor saw everything clearly because little Nan Nan was right in front of him. His sharp spiritual sense allowed him to capture a strand of multicolored light flying out from the space between little Nan Nan's brows. As she cried, it pierced into Yu Huatian's body. Pow! At this time, Yi Fan's large hand swung down like the heaven-overturning seal. It was incomparably huge and unstoppable as it firmly struck the quasi-emperor's back. Blood blossomed everywhere as bones were broken and tendons snapped. Without any suspense, Yi Fan's palm strike was too heavy. It struck through the quasi-emperor's back and came out from the front. Yu Huatian's chest was fractured and blood splattered everywhere. He looked extremely miserable. The power of this strike shocked the human world. He cried out loudly and felt that a great disaster was about to befall him. His primordial spirit woke up from its stupor and was about to rush up and leave his physical body. This was because being pressed down by a complete divine physique at such a close distance was no different from death. He had to stay far away. Unfortunately, what awaited him was the green copper cauldron that directly smashed down. Even though it was damaged, it was not weaker than an emperor weapon. Yu Huatian cried out loudly. His soul was about to scatter. He tried to shatter the small green figure on his own, wanting to scatter and escape. In the end, it was futile. Under the envelopment of the green light, his primordial spirit quickly melted like snow encountering fire. In the end, Yi Fan saved a piece for him and grabbed it in his hand. He really wanted to know where the Emperor Lord was, but in the end he didn't find anything. The multicolored light shook, and the final primordial spirit turned into ashes. Yi Fan withdrew his palm and threw the corpse onto the ground. The deputy sect master of the divine court, a quasi-emperor, was killed just like that. It was simply like a dream. If news of this got out, it would be very hard to believe. Blood was flowing and the corpse was still warm. The bloody truth was laid out in front of him, but even Yi Fan himself was a bit stunned. You deserve to die. In the end, he only spat out these 3 words. If it wasn't for Nan Nan, he should be able to escape. The Black Emperor walked over and began to seriously analyze the power of the complete divine physique's body with Yi Fan. The strength of the physical body was one thing, but it didn't preserve the corresponding Supreme Being's law fragment. This was a shortcoming. If Yi Fan were to use this to fight, it would only be a tragic end. Moreover, this body has lost too much blood essence. It has dyed the sacred cliff red, and it is a bit weaker than it was back then. This was the truth. Otherwise, even Yi Fan with his divine physique wouldn't be able to approach this strange and powerful body. He would be blasted away by the emperor-level aura. Let's go, Yi Fan said. He didn't have much of a choice, so he would do as much as he could. They arrived at the Purple Mountain. This place had long since collapsed, but unfortunately, it was still empty and they didn't discover anything. Then it can only be that place. If you are disrespectful to the great emperor, then so be it. Hurry over immediately. In any case, you have seen those 2 bodies with your own eyes. The Black Emperor said. Yi Fan, little Nan Nan, and the Black Emperor rushed straight to the old place of the Jade Pool. They went deep into the celestial pool and went straight down to the 9th heaven to see the Western Emperor again. In addition, there was also a majestic body covered in golden hair accompanying him. In that special area, it released an immortal emperor-level aura. Last time, Yi Fan couldn't get close, but this time, he could get close after entering the body of the large success divine physique. He saw the heroes that were buried together. The Western Emperor was shrouded in primal chaos. It was hazy and still couldn't be seen clearly. The large success divine physique was covered in golden hair, so he couldn't see through it either. Their divine appearances were extraordinary, and they emitted an unrivaled dignity that made others revere them. These are the parents of the great emperor. We can't care too much now. Brat, You should temporarily merge with this body as well. The Black Emperor made up his mind and said this. In this world, he respected Great Emperor Wuxia the most. He definitely wouldn't let outsiders blaspheme anything related to him. However, today he had this kind of attitude, and this was the only time they met. He knew that even if Yi Fan merged with this perfect large success divine physique, his physical body would only become powerful to the extreme, able to fight against supreme beings in close combat. However, once imperial Dao laws were involved, there was still the fate of being killed, and there wasn't the slightest bit of suspense. I never had extravagant hopes of slaughtering supreme beings, and I never had those thoughts. As long as I have the chance to kill my way over and make a certain supreme being shed a drop of blood, I have to kill a supreme being. The Black Emperor shouted, "Big brother, don't die." The little girl immediately began to cry. "Don't cry. Big brother won't die. I still have to watch you grow up." Yi Fan rubbed her head and softly consoled her. He walked up and moved the large success divine physique, preparing to merge with it. Only someone with a similar divine physique could do this. If it was anyone else, it would be completely useless. In addition, it was only because of the Sacred Cliff's large success divine physique that they could endure this type of pressure, approach, and move this perfect large success divine physique. "Big brother, there's something here." The little girl's eyes were filled with tears. She could actually get close as well, not fearing the pressure of the Western Emperor and large success divine physique as she walked over. Even the Black Emperor couldn't do it. He had no way of going over at all. He immediately shouted anxiously, "Bring it over and let me take a look." The little girl dragged out a stone chest with great difficulty. Yi Fan hurriedly walked up and carried it out. That's it. The thing is inside." The Black Emperor shouted loudly, trembling with excitement. Has it really come to this era? The path of immortality is suppressed, powerless to care about anything else. This is the only thing left. A male's voice, without any joy or worry, without any fluctuations, resounded through this place. "Great Emperor!" All of the black hairs on the Black Emperor's body stood on end. He was immediately shocked and jumped up high. Chapter 1598. The Black Emperor had seen this stone chest before. Great Emperor Wuxia's voice traveled over, startling him so much that the black hair on his body stood on end. He jumped up high and cried out in shock. That man's voice had a strange charm that made one feel reverence. One couldn't help but listen attentively, wanting to find out everything about him. He has already found this place. This must be a great calamity. It was clear that the path to immortality was a broken point. It was extremely special. Time and space were in chaos and everything was cut off. Even Great Emperor Wuxia couldn't see through the ages. All of this was just speculation. The voice became softer and softer. It was as if he had been erased in the river of time and gradually disappeared, powerless to care about anything else. These were four very clear words. Even what Great Emperor Wuxia had left behind might not be able to change the situation. The broken words made Yi Fan feel a chill run down his spine. How could this be? The Black Emperor went from excitement to desolation and then silence. The true Great Emperor had died. This wasn't the first time the Black Emperor had said this. There were people who had mentioned it in ancient times, and now it seemed like it wasn't without reason. How could the dead compete with the living supreme beings? In this world, the path to immortality wasn't the biggest change since the beginning of time. The biggest change was the darkness chaos. The scale was huge, the bloodiness was terrifying, and it surpassed all of history. It disrupted the human world and dyed the universe red. Let's leave this place first. Yi Fan carried the large success holy body and the stone chest as he took the lead. As for the West Emperor, even though he was an emperor corpse, he couldn't use him at all. The reason why Yi Fan was able to enter this flawless large success holy body was because he had this bloodline. Moreover, he had merged with a wounded holy body before, which was why he could resist this kind of pressure. Great Emperor Wuxia couldn't split himself in the past and didn't have any extra power left to suppress this world. The things in the stone chest might not be useful either. This was most likely a cruel reality. Yi Fan and the others came to the surface and walked out of the jade pool. He silently merged with Great Emperor Wu Shi's father. Even though it was disrespectful, he couldn't care so much now. He needed this battle. The Great Emperor never speaks with certainty. He definitely has unparalleled divine might, the Black Emperor said, feeling a bit sad. Boom. At this moment, Yi Fan's fusion was complete, and he erupted with a myriad of strands of immortal radiance. It alarmed the entire dark universe, and it caused this expanse of the starry sky that had long since withered to become dazzling. He entered the flawless great perfection holy body. Now, the three of them were one, fusing into one. He felt a power that could sweep through all the ancient times. It was truly too powerful. It had to be said that the great perfection divine physique was extremely powerful. This was the perfect body. Compared to the body of the holy cliff, which had lost a lot of blood essence, it was a better representation of the unparalleled divine might it had when it was alive. This was all thanks to the green lotus in Yi Fan's body. Up till now, he was very puzzled as the primal chaos lotus didn't seem to exist in the other saint physiques. He had seen a few holy bodies, but he had never found one in their sea of suffering. Even if they were damaged or withered, he had never seen one. Only his body had one. This primal chaos green lotus was very mysterious. The moment it took root, it directly revived the two great sage holy bodies' withered seas of reincarnation. A might that could shake the ages surged out, causing even Yi Fan's heart to palpitate. A very long time ago, he had some conjectures, but he felt that they were very absurd. Now, he didn't have the time to ponder them any further. He needed to go into the universe and engage in a bloody battle. The large black dog fumbled around on the stone chest. Not long after, a light click rang out, and the chest was opened. In a mere instant, its emotions that weren't that high directly became excited. It forcefully suppressed its excitement and took a few steps back. Then, it raised its head and howled into the sky. Awu, how is this like a dog? It was clearly more like a wolf with a big tail. Its heavy howl shocked the heavens and the earth. The surrounding mountains also rumbled and swayed, and it was as if they were about to collapse. There was a sparkling and translucent bottle in the stone chest. The inside was filled with bright red light, and it was dazzling and dazzling. The radiance it emitted shook heaven and earth, and even the great Tao was wailing and trembling endlessly. This was a bottle of blood, and it possessed a strange demonic power. It hadn't even broken out, and it already directly suppressed the great Tao. It was boundlessly terrifying. Wu, between heaven and earth, gods and demons wailed and howled. Gales swept about, and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared. The stars in the universe were all trembling, as if they were about to explode. This was the blood essence of Great Emperor Wu Shi, and it had been refined by him before being sealed in the future. It could be said to be a supreme precious blood, and it contained the fragments of his great Tao. It was so shocking that one couldn't even speak. Great Emperor, back then, your body was already old and weak, and you didn't have the strength to care about anything else, yet you still refined so much blood essence. The Black Emperor trembled. Apart from this, there were also some words written especially for the Black Emperor. The Great Emperor knew that I would come. So it turns out that he didn't say it casually back then. He clearly wanted me to remember it. Tears rolled down from the Black Emperor's eyes. He didn't say much. He only said that if he found an innate saint physique and used these things, he could temporarily allow Great Emperor Wu Shi to reappear in the world. It was a pity that such a physique hadn't appeared in this world yet. This is the greatest regret in life. Brat, do you think I should have forced you back then? I actually really needed the innate saint physique. The Black Emperor let out a heart-wrenching scream and almost pounced over. Perhaps that was the last chance he would have to meet Great Emperor Wu Shi. It was impossible for the innate saint physique to be found at the last moment, but there was a saint physique. According to his speculations, he couldn't make Great Emperor Wu Shi reappear, but he should be able to use these things. In the past, the Black Emperor was almost paranoid and crazy. He wanted to force the birth of the innate saint physique, but even he himself didn't know that it would be of such great use in the end. As expected, The casual words that great Emperor Wuxia said back then were all useful. It's a pity that I didn't put my heart into it. The Black Emperor was extremely regretful. Right now, there was no time to waste. Yi Fan held the bottle in his hand, and when the bottle stopper was opened, the seal would automatically disintegrate. This bottle of blood contained the laws of Emperor Dao, and it was what Yi Fan needed the most right now. Even so, it wasn't enough. After all, this was all pieced together. However, he believed that this bottle of blood would definitely be able to severely wound a supreme being. It's not over yet. There's another formation here, and it seems to be able to summon something. The Black Emperor said. This was a miniature formation. It was really very small, and only one person could stand on it. However, it was complicated and profound, as if it had been condensed from the entire universe. There were countless stars and stars engraved on it, and it was impossible to see through it. The Black Emperor felt a headache coming on. He couldn't see through it, and he couldn't decipher it either. However, his attainments in this field were profound, and he was able to decipher a line of words from the formation. It seemed like he was going to summon something. What is it going to summon? The large black dog couldn't figure it out. It was far too mysterious. He had definitely never heard of this formation before, and Great Emperor Wuxia had never revealed it to him. It should be a powerful force that can most likely severely wound a supreme being. This was the opinion that Yi Fan and the Black Emperor shared. Moreover, they felt that for the sake of safety, it was best to only use it on the battlefield. Yi Fan soared into the sky. Now, his physical body was so powerful that it could be said to be unparalleled. With a light tremble, he could shatter a galaxy. He didn't immediately enter the universe. Instead, he rushed toward the fire domain in his memory. The entire planet had been shattered, and many mountains and rivers no longer existed. He didn't know if he could still find it. When he arrived here, his body trembled. This was because a figure had already arrived here before him. He was standing in the 10th level of the fire domain, and was currently communicating with the ultimate celestial fire. Is there someone who has the same goal as us? Yi Fan wanted to come here and give it a try. He really wanted to take that ball of fire with him. Even the ancient desolate tower could be tempered with it, so it could easily kill a supreme being. Even though the chances were slim, he was unwilling to not give it a try. It's Senior Guy Jianghu. In an instant Yi Fan knew who it was. This person who had once shocked the world and almost achieved the Tao despite the suppression of the Azure Emperor's great Tao was even older now. Guy Jianghu was currently playing the Tribulation Transcendence Immortal song. A flame made of celestial talismans danced in front of him, moving continuously. It looked incredibly mysterious. You guys go. I'll do my best. I'll guide the celestial fire. Guy Jianghu's spiritual sense transmitted over. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Guy Jianghu really had become even older. He didn't have much time left. If not for the Azure Emperor, he would definitely have achieved the Tao back then. This was because under that kind of suppression, he had almost taken that step. The once unparalleled genius had now become like this. He was unbearably old, making one's heart ache. It seemed like he wanted to guide the celestial fire into his body and fight in the universe. Senior, take care. This was all Yi Fan could say. He wanted to stop him, but he stopped himself. That might be old man Guy Jianghu's last glorious battle. He brought along little Nan Nan and the Black Emperor, directly turning into a streak of light, shattering the vacuum. Then, he went to search for the desolate ancient forbidden land. He didn't give up on the desolate lord and wanted to invite her out for a battle. This place was naturally preserved and couldn't be destroyed. As soon as they approached, they saw a tall figure currently pulling an enormous celestial cocoon out from the broken abyss. It was actually the old madman. After not seeing him for so many years, his blood energy was still vigorous and even more powerful. You guys go first. I'll take care of this place. The old madman said. Now, the desolate lord was asleep. This place had lost the power to seize time. However, it was still very strenuous for him. It was because he was pulling out 2 ancient tablets. It seemed like he was going to use some kind of forbidden power they contained. One was the Immortal Ascension tablet, the other was the 6 Tao Reincarnations tablet. Alright, I'm going to fight. Black Emperor, take good care of little Nan Nan, Yi Fan said. He knew that little Nan Nan was very mysterious and had great potential. However, in the face of a true ancient supreme being, it was definitely useless. She didn't have any battle awareness at all. The little girl immediately hugged his calf, tears rolling down her cheeks. She wasn't willing to let go no matter what, wanting to go with him. I don't want Big Brother to throw his life away. Nan Nan is very strong, I want to go with Big Brother. She covered her small mouth and cried loudly. It was because she knew that once Yi Fan left like this, he would never return. Darling, be obedient. Big Brother won't die, I still have to watch you grow up. Yi Fan sighed lightly. He gave them one last look, and then his body released a streak of divine light. He pried her little hands away and resolutely rushed towards outer space. No, I don't want Big Brother to throw his life away. Little Nan Nan cried loudly, trying her best to reach out a small hand towards the starry sky, wanting to grab onto something. The Black Emperor sighed. He stood outside the desolate ancient forbidden land and looked at the ice-cold starry sky. He forcefully waved his large claws and said, "Blood will not flow in vain. There will always be people in the future who will eliminate those supreme beings. It is just a pity that in this era, so many heroes were buried in foreign lands." Chapter 1599. The little girl's cries faded into the distance, disappearing. Yi Fan almost immediately arrived in outer space. As he stood here, he could sense the shouts of despair from the depths of the cosmos. A bloody battle was currently being carried out. He couldn't endure it any longer. Auspicious multicolored light surged above his head, the copper cauldron reviving to its peak. His body shone, blood already boiling. He held the precious bottle in his hand, containing Wuxia's blood. He completed his preparations for battle, about to hurry over. Suddenly, a wave of Emperor energy pervaded the air. Blazing light flickered, blocking his path. A figure appeared in outer space, the aura of an ancient great emperor spreading. Golden immortal light scattered through the cosmos, terrifying and powerful. Saint Body, Yi Fan? That figure transmitted a divine will, calling out his name. It's me you are? Daoi. An extremely dazzling golden immortal armor stood before him. It was forged from Dao Tribulation gold, dazzling and releasing the aura of a great emperor. It was currently in a state of recovery. This was a supreme being battle armor that came from the eternal star domain, belonging to Dao Yen the Great. Now, it was worn by Imperial Prince Dao Yi. Yi Fan's evaluation of Dao Yi was extremely high. Back then, he defeated the ancient race with his own strength, truly shocking. Meanwhile, his greatest accomplishment was what he did on the other side of the divine. He set up a trap alone, completely overturning that place, successfully seizing back the ancient tree of life, leaving everyone in awe. It really is you. Who would have thought that your Saint Body bloodline would be so extraordinary, actually merging together? Dao Yi spoke. Do you need something? They couldn't be considered mortal enemies, but they were definitely not close friends. They had previously clashed, involving the confrontation of emperor weapons. You have a Saint Body. After entering the Great Completion Saint Body, your bloodline will be connected, allowing you to display the greatest power. Are you going to fight in the cosmos? Dao Yi asked. Correct. After merging with the Great Completion Saint Body, as well as that bottle of emperor blood that makes one tremble, it might be able to make a supreme being produce emperor blood. However, if you go like this, you most likely won't return. Dao Yi said. If this is what you came to say, then there's no need to say any more. Yi Fan was about to go. Clearly Dao Yi was very smart. He also avoided disaster by coming to the Big Dipper Star region. This place was the safest, and he was preparing to leave. Now that he discovered Yi Fan, the big black dog and little girl, with his intelligence, he could naturally figure out many things. Clang. Dao Yi's body shone with dazzling light. Waves of metallic sounds rang out. That golden immortal robe shone with dazzling light and left his body. Piece after piece of golden armor shone with immortal radiance that tore through the cosmos, making it impossible for one to look directly at it. Clanging sounds rang out, as if 100,000 immortal swords were trembling. The Tao Tribulation's golden immortal armor floated in the universe. It was broken down here and was no longer on Dao Yi's body. To put it bluntly, I, Dao Yi, am also a great figure in this world. In our generation, I fear no one. You can go fight me like a moth flying into a flame, so how could I be inferior to anyone? It's just that I won't be able to solve any problems by myself. Wear this immortal armor and fight. Dao Yi was straightforward and his words were forceful. He revealed his true body. His body was tall and slender, and his heroic appearance was matchless. His hair was scattered behind him, and he had an otherworldly aura. Yi Fan was startled. His impression of Dao Yi was that he was extremely scheming and terrifyingly powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish two great things in the past. Now, he had a completely new understanding of him. Who would have thought that at this crucial moment, he would actually directly remove the immortal clothes, sending him out to battle? Your flesh is extremely strong, but your primordial spirit really isn't enough. In front of an ancient supreme being, it's as weak as porcelain, a single flick of a finger and it'll turn into powder. Dao Yi said without any trace of politeness. Thank you. This result surprised Yi Fan, but he did not decline, because he really needed it. With a sonorous sound, pieces of golden immortal armor flew over one after another, shining with resplendent light. They had long been truly revived and didn't exert any pressure on Yi Fan at all. Instead, they landed in an extremely suitable manner, entering his immortal foundation and enveloping that golden little man. Amidst the clanging sounds, Yi Fan's primordial spirit was armed. The golden clothes of the Tao Tribulation covered his body, and the tiny golden person wore them. Immortal light shone, illuminating the sky. As the immortal clothes of Dao Yen completely merged together, Yi Fan's immortal foundation seemed to have countless suns burning. The light shot out from the top of his head, shaking the universe. Dao Yi spoke, I hope you can survive. But if we really meet again, we will still be enemies. We will fight for supremacy on the Emperor's path and determine who's stronger. Right? Yi Fan nodded. After that, he tore apart the cosmos and directly left. This was an opponent worthy of respect. He didn't want to say anything more. If he could return alive and fight against such a person, it would also be a kind of honor. Now that Yi Fan had fused with two major completion Saint physiques, he could directly shatter the starry sky. With a single leap, he could traverse a star region. He was like the light of time, flying. On the way, he sensed several powerful auras and heard their roars of anger. Even if I die, I have to fight. In this life, I cannot allow the Void Emperor to die while bathed in blood. I'm already old, I might as well throw these old bones into the fray. But even if I die, I won't provide them with a single strand of life essence. On the way, Yi Fan heard the roars of a few old quasi-emperors. They didn't belong to the human race and came from different star regions. Now, they were going to participate in the war. This path wasn't lonely. There were people like him, knowing that they would die, they were like moths flying into a flame. They went to help the Void Emperor and the Eternal Universe Emperor, willing to use their lives to do their part. They were close. They finally arrived at this battlefield. Stars were hacked apart, great stars falling, suns exploding. This place was in ruins, crushed rocks everywhere. There were shattered stellar rivers everywhere. Blood splashed out, flickering with shocking radiance. This was Emperor blood, Emperor blood. When a drop splashed out, stars would be blasted through. A kill. Ancient supreme beings roared, shattering stellar rivers. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Murderous energy covered endless time. The great battle here reached its climax. It was too bitter. In the ice-cold cosmos, endless stars exploded, turning into fragments, becoming completely dim. Blood splashed out, the scene too horrible to endure. There was a Samsara Lord's arm floating, and there was also a Void Emperor's breastbone that was broken, dyed in blood. This battle had been slaughtered until now. Clouds of blood pervaded the air, cruel and bloody. Several Emperor weapons were broken, everyone suffering injuries. The Void and Eternal Universe Emperor were on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the Supreme Beings were also bleeding. Many Emperor weapons revived, releasing boundless offensive power. The 5 great unrivaled demon kings couldn't be that confident anymore. Among them, there were some whose weapons were already damaged, some even exploding. An unwilling and unyielding roar sounded. Poof! Bloody radiance splashed out. Stone Emperor brandished the black great halberd in his hand, shattering heaven and earth, hacking a figure vertically, directly blasting him into a bloody paste, turning into a bloody mist. Body and spirit were erased, not even bone fragments left behind. You are just a quasi-emperor. Forget about your blood energy drying up, even if you were at your peak. So what? You still dare participate in the Supreme Being battle? You are just courting death. His merciless words reverberated in the air. The halberd in his hand fell, and blood splattered everywhere. He had killed another old quasi-emperor. It was a pity that a hero of his generation had died a violent death, and not even his bones remained. You bunch of bastards, unworthy of being supreme beings. In the past, you all achieved the Tao, the heaven's eyes were truly blind. A bloody elder roared angrily. This was another old quasi-emperor whose race was unknown. He wanted to, but he was powerless. Even though he obtained the assistance of the emperor weapons here, he still couldn't injure a supreme being, while he himself was about to die. His words seemed to have stirred up the supreme being's old memories. When they achieved the Tao, when they protected all living things, when they ruled over the cosmos, they were also previously revered and revered by all life. Endless years passed, everything changed. Their bodies, their hearts, they were all different from before. Noisy, even an insignificant ant vainly wishes to look up to the world of the giant dragons, overestimating your own capabilities. Heaven-abandoning Supreme released a ruthless snort. He raised his hand and clawed forward. That space directly collapsed. The old quasi-emperor who couldn't stand still a long time ago couldn't hold on any longer, disappearing from his original location, sucked over by the imperial Tao laws. Poof! Heaven-abandoning Supreme crushed his skull with a single grab. It was like a watermelon exploding, bright red splashing out, a ghastly sight. This type of method was too cruel, yet his brows didn't even furrow, as if he really just crushed an ant to death, cold-blooded and ruthless, making one's body tremble with fear. Just like the old quasi-emperor who died not too long ago, this person's life was directly burned into ashes, transforming into Tao and turning into a rain of light, not leaving behind any essence for the Supreme to seize. Obviously, when they came to battle with the determination to die, they had already foreseen this possibility and were prepared to die in battle. This made heaven-abandoning Supreme frown. To him, this was too much of a waste. Su Kong, you're dead meat. So what if a few puny insects came? Can they really fight alongside you? Today, I'm destined to taste your blood and look forward to the sweetness. Supreme Reincarnation laughed cruelly. His entire body was covered in blood, but he revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He had once lost an arm, so he used a large amount of essence blood and life power to reconstruct his emperor body. At the same time, the Stone Emperor also attacked. The black halberd in his hand was shocking, tearing the universe apart, and a terrifying bloody groove was opened up on Su Kong's body. White bones were exposed, and blood splattered everywhere. Supreme Reincarnation also attacked, speaking as he fought. A bloody hole was opened up on Su Kong's body, and he placed his blood-stained finger in his mouth to taste it. He said in a chilling voice, "It's very sweet. I want to drink to my heart's content." Boom. Su Kong didn't say a word and responded with the most powerful combat strength. The celestial mirror resonated, shining with an immortal radiance and sending the Stone Emperor's black halberd flying. At the same time, Supreme Reincarnation's blood splattered everywhere, and his shoulder was almost pierced through. On the other side, Heng Yu also encountered a similar situation. This wasn't a fair battle. 5 ancient Supremes attacked, bloody and brutal, wanting to hunt them down. It's finally going to end. I'm waiting for those ants to come to their deaths. It's so funny that I can fight alongside you. Supreme Reincarnation said cruelly. His finger was stained with Su Kong's blood as he pressed forward. Suddenly, The space beside him exploded. A pair of indestructible fists smashed out. This was the body of a great emperor. It shattered the heavens, causing the distant galaxies to collapse, and the universe to explode. Die, animal. Yi Fan arrived. With the power of the two emperor weapons, he successfully opened up a passageway silently and suddenly attacked. One of his fists directly blasted towards the Samsara sovereign's head while the other pierced towards his chest. His hair stood on end as he was filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to kill this paragon right now. Bizazi. The Samsara sovereign's immortal foundation suffered an attack. His head automatically shone as a divine halo manifested, blocking Yi Fan's right fist. However, under the pressure of the two emperor weapons as well as the emperor's fist, his head still cracked apart. Although his immortal foundation wasn't injured, his skull was fractured as blood splattered everywhere. Poof. At the same time, Yi Fan's other fist blasted a bloody hole into the Samsara sovereign's body, causing blood to gush out wildly. Courting death. The Samsara sovereign roared in rage. He was too careless. He forgot that the azure golden battle robe that accompanied him throughout his life had already been destroyed by the Void Emperor not long ago. When he was attacked, he still wanted to rely on the immortal battle robe to kill his opponent. In the end, he didn't even have the armor, causing his blood to splatter everywhere. Bastard, you are the one who should die. Yi Fan also roared in rage. He almost tore the Samsara sovereign apart, achieving his original goal. Even if he died, it would be worth it. And since he had started such a good situation, he naturally wanted to expand his battle prowess. He fought with his life on the line. Even if he died here, never to return, he wanted to fight to the end. Chapter 1600. Bang! The master of Samsara's palm slammed towards Yi Fan's head, colliding with the fist of the great perfection Saint Physique. Blazing light erupted, as if the end of the world had arrived. Countless stars ignited at the same time and then exploded. They were together with the light, and their speed reached the limit of this world. When they collided, the river of time stagnated and even flowed backwards. In a battle of primordial spirits, Yi Fan was far too inferior. He lacked the corresponding imperial laws, and if he really dared to do that, he would be instantly killed. But now, he had opened up a very good situation. He had closed in, and his physical body was his greatest advantage. Naturally, he would not give up, and he fought with all his might. An afterimage was left behind as Yi Fan's legs spun and swept towards the master of Samsara. It was as if the Milky Way had swept over, and the shock waves were boundless and boundless, causing the star domain in front of him to collapse. However, the master of Samsara disappeared in an instant. Then Yi Fan felt a pain in his shoulder, and a few bloody marks appeared there. A few tendons had been directly scratched out, and blood was dripping down. Boom! The master of Samsara was too powerful. With a turn of his body, the star domain was torn apart, and the shock waves spread to another sea of stars, causing many great stars to explode. As a supreme being with the Emperor physique, his combat talent was too powerful. Even if Yi Fan entered the body of the great perfection Saint Physique, which was renowned in the universe for close combat, he would not be able to gain the upper hand. Blood dripped from Yi Fan's sternum, and a few of his bones were almost broken. Clearly, the master of Samsara was aiming for his heart. Brat, you actually obtained such a body. But do you think that you can fight a supreme being like this? You are still far from it. The master of Samsara said coldly. Yi Fan did not speak. This was a fact. What was an emperor an emperor? When he was young, he was not weaker than him, and then he experienced endless bloody battles and fought his way up to the great emperor level. Yi Fan was very strong, and now he also had a body that could challenge the great emperor. But overall, the gap was still very big. The fact that Samsara supremacy was able to attain the Tao was enough to prove that he was an extraordinary figure when he was young. The bloody battles that he had experienced in his life far surpassed that of Yi Fan, let alone the experiences of the Quasi-Emperor and the Great Emperor. Yi Fan's heaven-warping talent was matchless, yet at this moment he still suffered greatly. His entire body was dripping with blood. This wasn't the same level humanoid lightning from the lightning tribulation, but rather a true Emperor Dao figure he encountered after forcefully increasing his strength. However, amidst the splattering of divine blood, Yi Fan quickly stabilized his disadvantageous position. Disregarding the consequences, he sacrificed himself and charged forward. Pooh! Yi Fan slashed out with his palm, causing a river of stars to explode, leaving his left rib for his opponent while he directly attacked the immortal foundation of his opponent. He disregarded the price, going all out. Without any accidents, Yi Fan's powerful abdomen was slashed apart as fresh blood gushed out. However, his attack also slammed into Yi Fan's immortal foundation, brushing past Yi Fan's face as blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The Samsara Supremacy coldly snorted. His cheekbones were exposed, dripping with blood. This caused his expression to be somewhat malevolent, appearing extremely terrifying. I can trample millions of bugs like you to death with a single stomp. You're just an ant. Do you think you can defy the heavens just because you borrowed a body? The master of Samsara said coldly. He did not take Yi Fan seriously at all. Bastard, don't think too highly of yourself. It was very rare for Yi Fan to curse. But when facing these ancient paragons, a ball of fire seemed to be burning in his chest. Boom! Yi Fan unleashed all of his techniques, executing the Heaven Empyrean Fist. This was his strongest physical attack, capable of shattering the cosmos as constellations shattered one after another. Even at the end of the star region, under the might of this fist intent, the constellations in the sky seemed to have deviated from their original trajectories, trembling in response to his fluctuations. You have some tricks up your sleeves? You might be a special ant, but the number of geniuses I've killed is more than the number of people you've met. As long as you don't become an emperor, you're nothing without a genius that has matured. There have been too many demon-level geniuses since ancient times, but 99% of them have died. The Samsara Supremacy coldly laughed. He directly used his physical body to fight against Yi Fan. This was a stance that transcended all living things, looking down on the primordial universe. Boom. However, he underestimated Yi Fan's determination and combat prowess, as well as his indomitable will to fight without regard for his own life. He wanted to heavily injure his opponent even at the cost of his own blood. He would rather be half-crippled than to tear off a piece of flesh from his opponent's body, disregarding his own life. The Heaven Empyrean Fist erupted, appearing consecutively in mysterious trajectories. He borrowed the power of his Grand Completion Saint physique to attack the paragons, displaying this forbidden fist art to the extreme. The divine might was unrivaled. The cosmos collapsed, the sea of stars dimmed, and everything was shattered. As long as it blocked the path, it would all be destroyed. It was as if the true Heaven Empyrean had been revived. This time, the fist of the Grand Completion Saint physique crashed into the palm of the Master of Samsara. The combat prowess of the paragons was too powerful, and it was terrifying to the extreme. However, this time, Yi Fan didn't compete with him in techniques. He used brute force, and the blood in his body boiled and burned fiercely. Boom! His clenched fist was almost translucent, and the flames burned the cosmos and destroyed the star field. Yi Fan's fist almost exploded, but the palm of the Master of Samsara was also shattered. With an earth-shattering explosion, the two of them separated, and their right hands were destroyed. Pretending to be a Heaven Empyrean? You're not. You're far from it. Yi Fan sneered. The Master of Samsara's expression was gloomy. He and Yi Fan raised their hands at the same time and pointed at each other. Then, their blood energy rose and healed their palms. Yi Fan was happy to use his physical body to fight. His original goal had been achieved, and he didn't feel wronged even if he died. He had sacrificed his most precious life energy to kill an ancient supreme being. The Master of Samsara didn't say anything, but to him, it was a great humiliation. His palm had been destroyed by an ant in his eyes, and he was even mocking him. It was an absolute humiliation. Be careful. Don't fail miserably. Light and darkness supreme being reminded. Killing geniuses and covering the sky with one hand, there are no miracles in front of me, the Master of Samsara said. His face was gloomy as he pressed forward. He liked to fight tit for tat, and they both fought in close combat. This was the pride of a supreme being, and he looked down on all living things. Yi Fan was naturally happy to play along. He hoped that he could use this body to fight for a while longer and earn more supreme blood essence. Of course, this was a matter of time. If something happened to Yi Fan during this process, then it would be difficult to use the things left behind by Great Emperor Wuxia. Blood splattered. At the beginning, Yi Fan could only hit his opponent once after dozens of attacks, while Supreme Samsara made him bleed from time to time. But as time went on, Yi Fan's battle prowess increased rapidly. With a dozen or so strikes, he could make his opponent bleed. Compared to the results of Yi Fan's battles against others in the past, it was without a doubt still quite sullen. However, when one thought about how this was a supreme being who had previously walked over from this cultivation realm, his combat skills long reaching the peak, reaching perfection, being able to obtain this type of battle result was already extremely heaven-defying. There was no reason for this. It was just that the other party was a supreme who had long achieved the Tao. Even if a normal person had 10 emperor bodies and fused them into one, they would still be defeated by a true supreme. They would only be sending themselves to death. It could only be said that Yi Fan's battle awareness was heaven-defying. He improved rapidly in this kind of desperate situation and discovered a whole new world in the battle against a supreme. This was no longer a battle of secret techniques and battle techniques, but rather experience, life, willpower, courage, decisiveness, and many other aspects. This sublimated the battle to the extreme, surpassing the arts and Tao. Without a doubt, if this was a normal day, this would be a heaven-defying opportunity that could only be seen once in 10,000 years. All the cultivators in the world would go crazy, hoping to obtain such an opportunity. However, in this kind of apocalyptic blood calamity, Yi Fan could die at any time, so there was nothing to be happy about. He would rather never have today's experience, that the apocalypse would never come. In a frenzy of battle, Yi Fan saw a whole new world. His world was suddenly magnified many times. This wasn't a humanoid lightning of the same realm, but a true imperial supreme. His battle techniques were improving rapidly, like an immortal sword being sharpened. Yi Fan's entire body was covered in blood, but when facing this one and only battle where there was such a great disparity in cultivation realms, the benefits he obtained were great. He was almost at the level of a deity. He felt that if he could survive, his close combat Tao would slowly become unrivaled under the heavens. Yi Fan's breastbone was broken, and a few of them had been crushed by Samsara Supreme. He held them in his hand, letting out gabbing sounds. They were dripping with blood, looking sinister and terrifying. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also tore off a piece of Samsara Supreme's flesh, trampling it into bloody paste. He spat out a mouthful of saliva, his eyes releasing cold lightning as he slaughtered over again. This was a bitter and bloody battle. Yi Fan found his own battle domain, as well as his powerful innate awareness, becoming more and more valiant. The two collided. With a light pu sound, Yi Fan's heart was grabbed out by the Samsara Lord and crushed. It was a tragic sight to behold. Moreover, his spine was almost cut in half by the palm blade. The upper half of his body was almost separated from the lower half, and his blood splattered across the cosmos. And Yi Fan paid such a price, but he also obtained another great harvest. He was willing to pay such a heavy price in exchange for breaking one of the Samsara Lord's forearms. He persevered, and no matter how much pain he suffered, he forcibly broke his left forearm. Blood sprayed all over his body, making him look bloody. The Samsara Lord finally let out a loud roar. This was really not worth it. He felt that he had been seriously injured by an ant, and he felt that this was a humiliation. There was a huge explosion between the two, and they both flew back. Yi Fan used the secret character to heal his injured body. "Don't waste time with a bug," the Stone Emperor reminded the Samsara Lord. He frowned, somewhat unable to continue watching. The Samsara Lord clearly had great power, but he insisted on fighting with his body, which made the Stone Emperor very dissatisfied. "Bizazi!" The Samsara Lord stepped forward, his forehead glowing with light. Countless chains of order flew out from his body, resembling immortal gold chains that pierced through the surroundings, sweeping towards Yi Fan. This was especially so for the strongest Emperor Dao laws. They directly rushed towards Yi Fan's immortal foundation, wanting to destroy his origin soul, destroying it from the source. "And I'll just trample you to death. I don't have time to care about you." The Samsara Lord said this, and did as he said. A huge foot stomped down, bringing with it boundless laws, wanting to trample Yi Fan's body. Boom! At this moment, not only did the green copper cauldron shine, even the golden immortal robe within Yi Fan's immortal foundation shone resplendently. Emperor ripples spread out, protecting his head and blocking the attack. He knew that with 2 Emperor-level weapons, no matter what, he wouldn't be broken through in a short period of time. At the same time, a precious bottle appeared in his hand, the blood within dazzling to the extreme. After the stopper was pulled out, it directly shook this part of the universe, even the ancient skies about to be ground to pieces. It was too terrifying. The blood contained endless great Tao fragments, as if it could destroy the world, directly severing the myriad Taos in the starry sky, about to turn everything into powder. However, the Stone Emperor, the Lord of the Divine Ruins, and the Light and Darkness Sovereign's divine light erupted, not the slightest bit worried. Their eyes instead revealed hope and blazing light, looking over together. "Blood that contains the Emperor's rule. Are you going to use it against us?" "Ha!" The master of Samsara guffawed before he stopped abruptly and said in a creepy voice, "This is the blood that flows in our bodies. It's just to us that can nourish our life power." However, as soon as he finished speaking, dozens of drops of this blood flew out, scattering on the formation platform beneath Yi Fan's feet. The void was directly opened, and a door appeared. The Stone Emperor was shaken, the great halberd swinging over, but it was useless. There was a type of supreme law that froze this place. Just as the Black Emperor speculated, it couldn't be broken through. Yi Fan could just stand on this formation platform. Brilliant light erupted, surging violently. The great battle was about to become even more intense. Chapter 1601. This formation platform was extremely small, only a single person could stand on it. Above it were the stars of the heavens, as if it was a condensed cosmos. There were Tao patterns engraved all over it, profound and immeasurable. The radiance was brilliant, forming a gate that seemed to be connected to the immortal domain. It was so blinding that one couldn't open their eyes, as if something was about to step out. One could vaguely hear the clear sound of footsteps. Each step made the heavens tremble, as if it was trampling on one's heart. Who was that? The footsteps were separated by a gate, yet it actually shook this cosmos. This should be the power of an emperor. "This blood belongs to Wuxia." Stone Emperor suddenly said, revealing the origins of the blood. When these words were spoken, the battlefield became a bit quiet. The great supreme beings were all a bit shocked, staring at the precious vase in Yi Fan's hands. It was sparkling and translucent, and there was brilliant blood flowing within, suppressing all Tao in the heavens. Correct, it's his blood. Who would have thought that it was actually Wu Shi's essence blood? The great supreme being's eyes flickered, their expressions not quite right, as if they were full of surprise and shock towards this result. What did Wu Shi want to do by leaving this behind? The entire world knew that great Emperor Wu Shi was extremely domineering in the past, tearing through everything he faced, never compromising, always sweeping everything to the end. No matter what this person left behind, it definitely wouldn't make others feel at ease. It would definitely be extremely unyielding and domineering, definitely intimidating. However, they were all former emperors and emperors, all of them achieving the Tao, all of them ruling over the great wastelands, receiving the worship of all life, all of them feeling supreme. After a short period of silence, Reincarnation Supreme Being was the first to stand out, the first to speak again, saying, "It's just Wu Shi. I heard he was quite strong, but unfortunately, we never fought. It's just some blood left behind, so what if the real person is here? Heh, even the living aren't our opponents, so what use is a dead great emperor? Even if he himself comes out, we'll kill him all the same." Light and Darkness Supreme Being also said coldly. The few of them stared at the vase in Yi Fan's hand. Now that they knew that it was Wu Shi's blood, they were even more excited. The essence blood refined by a peak stage great sovereign was sealed in this world, It was a supreme tonic to them. Wuxia's blood. I'm looking forward to it, the heaven-abandoning supremacy said, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Boom. Right at this time, the footsteps from the Gate of Light seemed to have become even heavier, trampling over, as if it descended into this world, leaving several supreme beings shaken. What happened? The battle continued. Stone Emperor, Lord of the Divine Ruins, and the others were fighting against the Void and Hengyu. They could feel that there really was a life form coming over from behind the gate. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and a huge figure appeared at the light gate. It was indomitable, and it seemed like it was about to step out. The aura of a supreme being rushed out, as if it was a living great emperor. Shatter the light door, Lord of the Divine Ruins said. Even though he was an ancient supreme being, unrivaled and powerful, he still didn't want any accidents to happen in the battle. If an indescribable great emperor appeared again, that would truly be bad. This time, it was no longer a single person taking action. Light and Darkness Supreme Being, Lord of the Divine Ruins, and Reincarnation Supreme Being all shook, releasing Imperial Tao laws, rushing forward. However, an expanse of bloody light flew out. The precious vase in Yi Fan's hands once again dropped several dozen drops of blood, making the entire formation stage seem as if it was burning, pushing the light door to its greatest extent. 3 types of Imperial Tao laws rushed over, but they didn't shatter the giant gate. Moreover, a figure truly appeared, about to descend. This is Wuxia's true body. Stone Emperor was the first to cry out in alarm. This was a bit inconceivable. The 7 great life-restricted areas had all sensed it back then. 80,000 years ago, Great Emperor Wuxia seemed to have passed away in meditation in Purple Mountain, and that terrifying fluctuation had woken up all the supreme beings. How could his true body appear again after ascending? At this moment, they had a bad premonition. Could it be that Wuxia didn't pass away in meditation back then? If that wasn't the case, then there was only one possibility left. Wuxia? So what if you are still alive? If you truly come out, we will still kill you. Reincarnation's Supreme Being roared. At this moment, they all made preparations for battle. None of the people here had fought against Wuxia before, but they all deeply understood his reputation, not daring to look down on him. This was especially the case when they didn't understand the unknown, so they had to be even more vigilant. If it was some kind of killing trap, they would most likely suffer greatly. They did their best to conserve energy, surrounding Yi Fan, staring at that giant light door. All of their Imperial Tao laws were ready. As long as they crossed over, they would kill them. Deng. It was as if there was a long and drawn-out bell sound wave that transmitted over. At the same time, an imposing figure stepped out, producing a giant storm. With a honglong sound, it rushed straight at Reincarnation Supreme Being. Gotcha. It was too ferocious, too fast. The Imperial Tao laws struck over, but they couldn't stop it. This beam of light rushed over and swept across Reincarnation Supreme Being's body. He was directly sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth. The azure battle robe on his body was even more tattered, and his entire body trembled violently. Clearly, he had suffered a great loss. This is the power of someone who hasn't severed himself. How could Wuxia do this? How could he still survive like this? Reincarnation Supreme Being was finally shocked. He steadied himself and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. How could that person directly use an Imperial Tao law to send Reincarnation Supreme Being flying with a single step, causing him to cough up blood? This was obviously Great Emperor Wuk. Forcing me to sublimate to the extreme to fight you? It's still uncertain who will be the one to die. Reincarnation Supreme Being's eyes were bloodshot. He was injured by Yi Fan because he was too careless and didn't take him seriously at all. Now, he was sent flying by a great emperor's foot. This was a fundamental difference. Who was weaker was too important in the eyes of people at their level. They had once reigned supreme over the heavens and earth, invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They were the main characters of an era and were the most confident, believing that they were invincible throughout the ages. That was their belief. They couldn't be defeated in the world. But now, it seemed like a powerful great emperor wanted to shatter his confidence. It was just a single step and he was sent flying. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. Kill! The other supreme beings also attacked. If a great Emperor Wuk appeared again, it would be a big problem. It would force some of them to sublimate to the extreme to fight. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be able to suppress him. But what would be the consequences of doing that? Everyone knew that even if they defeated their opponent, they would most likely die. Boom! All kinds of light danced. The Stone Emperor took a blow from the void head-on. He also sent the great halberd and boundless light over, wanting to shatter that figure. This was a fundamentally different kind of power from the void and the eternal universe. These two people had barely awakened the imperial Tao laws, and their condition was even worse than theirs. Meanwhile, Wuxia seemed to be unharmed. If he really did come over, it would definitely be a disaster. Heaven-abandoning pride, Lord of the Divine Ruins, and Light and Darkness Supreme Being all took action again, especially Reincarnation Supreme Being, whose expression was even more ice-cold. He tore apart a corner of his battle clothes, igniting it into azure golden radiance, striking over, containing a strand of his true blood. It was still just a single step, yet it completely shattered, turning the azure golden battle clothes into ashes, unable to injure him in the slightest. Meanwhile, the others' attacks were actually devoured by the Gate of Light, all of the imperial Tao laws disappearing, terrifying beyond compare. Wuxia, come out. This one will fight you to the extreme. Reincarnation Supreme Being shouted. Now, when he saw this result, he felt a wave of coldness inside. This was definitely the perfect Wuxia, not severing himself, or else he wouldn't have this type of matchless power. Not only did that step shatter a corner of his battle clothes, it was also equivalent to stepping on his face. With a single step, what else was there to say? To treat him like this? Wuxia, come out and fight. Stone Emperor also shouted loudly. The great halberd in his hand was raised towards the heavens, dazzling and terrifying. He then aimed it at the Gate of Light. The 5 great supreme beings shook the imperial Tao laws, coldly guarding the gate. They weren't scared. Those who achieved the Tao never feared anything, all of them having an unmatched heart. However, after waiting for a long time, that figure still didn't come over, as if he couldn't hear their words, not replying at all, only moving half a step. Wuxia couldn't advance or retreat. He couldn't appear in this world. Yi Fan's heart sank. He knew that because he wasn't an innate holy body Tao core, he couldn't let Wuxia's war soul descend, unable to truly appear. At this moment, through the discussion with the Black Emperor not long ago, together with what he saw before his eyes, he knew what was going on. He was going to act as a vessel, carrying Wuxia, accepting the descent of his laws and Tao fruits. All for naught. Yi Fan sighed inwardly, full of unwillingness. In this chaotic world and bloody calamity, he really needed Great Emperor Wuxia to appear. This isn't Wuxia's true body, just the most powerful magical body he sealed. Unfortunately, it can't appear. Stone Emperor said. What a great Wuxia. Regardless of whether it's his true body or a projected magical body, he didn't sever his own blade and survived in this world, possessing such unparalleled power. I have to admit that it's truly admirable. The Lord of the Divine Ruins said. What a pity, then die. Reincarnation Supreme Being began to attack crazily. This place became a chaotic place. There was a great battle against the void, a clash with imperial weapons, and even a clash against Wuxia's natural laws. Those were densely packed imperial Tao laws interweaving. Wuxia, come out and accept your death. If you can't appear, then what's the point of leaving behind such a thing? Someone shouted. Yi Fan felt that the formation platform was unstable, about to collapse. He sighed inwardly, looking towards the depths of the cosmos. There were his friends, the woman waiting for him, little Nanan, Black Emperor. Today, it seemed like blood was going to be shed here, unable to return. When one's strength reached his level, they had long developed intelligence. Before death, they would have a premonition that their lives were about to reach their end, about to fall into endless darkness. There was no mistake, this feeling was extremely real. At this moment he saw a corner of his future. Perhaps it couldn't be considered a future anymore, because it was darkness. There was nothing no longer existing. I'm going to die. I'll fight without regrets. Just let me fight until my blood dries up. Yi Fan roared loudly, directly holding the green copper cauldron in his hands, ready to make it self-destruct at any time, destroying everything indiscriminately. You want to die in battle? It's not up to you to decide. If I want you to live, then you will live. If I want you to die, then you will die. Life and death are not up to you to decide. Supreme Reincarnation stared at him and then said, that includes Wuxia. The essence blood he left behind can only be regarded as a sacrifice to us. It has no other use. This kind of attitude, this kind of insolence, made Yi Fan want nothing more than to stomp on his face, but this person indeed had the strength to say such words. He was invincible, and who could do anything to him? Boom. At this moment, the light gate dimmed, and Wuxia withdrew his foot. The sound of his footsteps faded into the distance, never to be heard again. Haha. Supreme Light and Darkness laughed loudly, and then shook his head. So this is what Wuxia left behind. What a joke. Someone laughed coldly. Boom. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion, and the light gate shattered. Although Wuxia had left, a powerful aura erupted, covering the sky and earth, shaking the world. The moment the light gate and the formation platform under Yi Fan's feet were destroyed, an item flew out and landed in his hand. It's actually this. Yi Fan shouted. Kill. The great supreme beings all attacked, and Yi Fan's hand also glowed, and clanging sounds rang out. First, a huge palm reached out, and with a slap, it directly slapped Supreme Reincarnation's body. This slap was too solid, and blood sprayed 3,000 feet into the air. The master of Samsara was like a little chicken, and with an angry cry, he was sent flying, blood spurting out. Boom. Then, another huge foot stepped out, and Wuxia's endless, transcending the river of time, unexpectedly made it impossible for Supreme Light and Darkness to dodge. The foot stepped on his chest, and he was sent flying. Chapter 1602. Heaven-abandoning Supreme Being also suffered a blow. A streak of primal chaos flew over, hacking down on his weapon, making his body stagger, shatter an expanse of the starry sky as he backed up extremely far. Reincarnation, Light and Darkness, Heaven-abandoning Supreme Being, all three of them suffered serious injuries. Stone Emperor and Divine Ruins Lord both shivered inwardly. This type of method was just too powerful. Wuxia. Reincarnation Lord cried out loudly, his face full of anger. That palm was too vicious and ruthless, directly landing on his body. The pain and suffering of the flesh were far inferior to the humiliation he felt in his mind. This was a type of contempt and humiliation. It was as if a resounding slap landed on his face, solid and firm, making his hair stand on end. He was just too unwilling to accept this. He released a light shout, and then his entire body turned into a streak of flowing light, rushing over murderously. Endless ancient divine force surged, wishing to destroy Yi Fan and that artifact. Light and Darkness Supreme Being was also furious. His body was trampled on by another. What kind of face did he have left? A divine staff appeared in his right hand. It was extremely short, less than a foot, forged from Tao Tribulation gold. It was resplendent and dazzling to the point where even the stellar streams lost color. Meanwhile, an ancient shield appeared in his left hand. It was entirely pitch black, forged from black gold. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it was a black hole. Kill! The light staff and dark shield collided. Light and darkness sang together, as if an ancient immortal scripture was being chanted by gods and devils. It was deafening, ringing through the cosmos. Divine chains of order flew out streak after streak, all of them sparkling like stars, rushing towards Yi Fan. These were the imperial Tao natural laws produced by the light and darkness immortal scripture, displaying power that could erase the world of mortals. The two great supreme beings slaughtered their way over together. Yi Fan naturally felt waves of killing intent assault his body. Even someone as powerful as his divine body felt all of the fine hairs on his body stand on end. This was an instinctive reaction. However, he didn't feel any fear. The artifact in his hands released kung chang sounds, releasing streak after streak of divine laws. Then, a pair of fists rushed out, collapsing the starry sky. Emperor Dao natural laws surged, stopping the two great supreme beings. Long. It was as if primal chaos, wind and thunder were ringing. The noise was loud and the astral winds were fierce. It was as if a world was being created. Many stars in the distance were directly turned into fine powder. Large areas of the star domain dimmed. When the Emperor Fist attacked, the great winds it produced were this domineering. It really was worthy of great Emperor Wuxia's reputation, facing two great supreme beings head-on, blasting them back. The Book of Sealing is like the rebirth of Wuxia. The Stone Emperor's expression was gloomy as he coldly stared ahead. There was no true great Emperor Wuxia descending into this world. That was just an immortal scripture. In Yi Fan's hands, it automatically launched an attack. The natural laws that flew out materialized, as if a real person appeared. It was a stone book. When it first appeared, it was incomparably large, but now, it was only a foot in length. It was simple and crude, but chaotic energy curled about it. It had already been opened. This was the Wuxia scripture. Yi Fan had seen it before, and was fortunate enough to learn an unmatched divine technique from it. He never expected that it would appear and fly into his hands. The outside was simple and crude, but the inside was a boundless world. It released immortal splendor. This was too shocking. The thing great Emperor Wuxia left behind was actually this. Not only did it record everything he learned, it even sealed his Emperor Dao's strength, truly reappearing. Engrave my name on the Three Realms monument. Write life and death on the path of reincarnation. I will grant you death. Reincarnation Supreme Being's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He actually chanted an incantation. Normally, Supreme Beings wouldn't do this when they fought, because it was too complicated. However, he chanted it seriously, all for the sake of obtaining even greater power. This was a type of strange natural law divine force, the embodiment of his will and great Tao. It rushed out from the crown of his head, turning into strand after strand of terrifying demonic light, shattering the starry sky. With a light-wing sound, the demonic light turned into clearly visible ancient characters one after another. This kind of curse-like light flew up, directly rushing towards Yi Fan. It would kill gods and Buddhas in its way. At this moment, in the distance, a quasi-emperor of an unknown race cried out. He rushed over from the depths of the star domain, but he didn't even get close. His body and soul directly exploded, dying a violent death. What a pity, what a pity. This could be considered a hero, but he died in vain. It could be seen just how terrifying Reincarnation Supreme Being's natural law attack was. It was separated by the starry sky, separated by an endless distance, yet it still harvested such a powerful life form. Yi Fan naturally encountered great danger. All of the golden and green fur on his body stood on end. This was an inauspicious sign of a great divine physique. However, he didn't encounter a disaster. The precious bottle in his left hand automatically flew out several dozen drops of blood, landing on the Wuxia scripture, causing the primal chaos mist to rise. With a sonorous sound, the Wuxia scripture turned over a new page. Then, a type of Emperor Dao law flew out, turning into a mighty divine statue. It seemed as if it had crossed through the endless primordial era of the universe, arriving from the source of the creation of the world. He took a step out, directly releasing a Dao shout from his mouth, shaking the stars in the sky until they fell. The great Dao mourned, rising and falling under his feet, and all the natural laws trembled. This divine statue was formed from symbols to begin with, and it opposed the ancient character's Reincarnation Supreme Being struck out with tit for tat. They first collided, releasing light that attacked dozens of star domains, spreading into the cosmos. Then, it was ruthless obliteration. He shattered the incantation characters of Reincarnation Supreme Being, and the symbols exploded one after another in the void. In the end, this divine statue rushed over, releasing a world-shaking roar. Time passes. His entire body seemed to be crushing down on Reincarnation Supreme Being's body. One could clearly see the long river of time surging. Reincarnation Supreme Being was on the verge of collapse under the obliteration of time, almost exploding. This was the power of the long river of time. His body was almost weathered away, as if he was a rock that had stood towering for endless time. He finally couldn't hold on any longer and was about to collapse, reaching the end of his life. "Break for me!" Paragon of Samsara let out a loud cry, and a stream of blood essence gushed out from the top of his head, cleansing his body, scattering all the laws and the final illusory image of the deity statue. He trudged out with great difficulty, staggering. This time, he suffered a great loss again. This left everyone shocked. It wasn't because of Wu Shi's return. It was just a scripture, yet it was already this unimaginable. Without a doubt, every single scripture engraved in this ancient scripture could be displayed through emperor blood. This was precisely what great Emperor Wu Shi had left behind. Even though he was already powerless to do anything else, this immortal scripture was truly powerful, possessing the power he had when he was alive. At this moment, Yi Fan came to a sudden realization. No wonder this stone scripture couldn't be opened in the past. This sealed the offensive methods of great Emperor Wu Shi, so it couldn't be casually flipped through, or else one might directly be blasted into smithereens. Even though this result was shocking, as ancient supreme beings, they naturally wouldn't cower because of this. They attacked together. However, Yi Fan wasn't the only one here. There were many emperor weapons, as well as the void and the eternal universe. Heaven-abandoning supreme beings spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was restricted by the void emperor and almost hacked apart. The stone emperor's great halberd of eternity descended, forcibly shattering that area, allowing him to break free. At this moment, this place entered a chaotic battle. No one could look down on the void and the eternal universe. Even though the emperor's Tao was flawed and he wasn't the great emperor of the past, he still brought about the same pressure. Meanwhile, the offensive power of the scripture in Yi Fan's hands was truly too great, making people feel restraining fear. It preserved the laws of great Emperor Wu Shi when he was alive, as if he was the one using them. Even ancient supreme beings weren't willing to casually fight to the death. That was the terrifying divine law of a peak great emperor. Even the Lord of Samsara and Light and Darkness Supreme Being had suffered greatly. They didn't know how Wu Shi did it. Every page of the scripture was a type of attack. It was truly unimaginable and puzzling. It definitely wasn't as simple as activating the emperor's blood. That stone scripture definitely had Wu Shi's undying imprint, and it also had a transcendental Tao fruit. Otherwise, how could it be like this? Voila! The stone scripture continuously flipped, and laws shot out one after another. Yi Fan targeted one person and focused all his attacks on Samsara Supreme Being, wanting to concentrate all of his power to kill him. It was because he knew that there weren't many chances left. Within the bottle in his left hand, the blood was quickly being consumed. The great Tao fragments contained in the emperor's blood were the foundation of the Wu Shi scripture. "Kill!" shouted Yi Fan. Seeing that the blood was decreasing, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He was prepared to attack regardless of the price, and the green copper cauldron could be thrown out at any moment. Samsara Supreme Being coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He was forced into a rage out of humiliation. Even an ant dared to fight against him. There was no end to this. He couldn't kill him instantly. Today was truly a day of humiliation for him. But he really couldn't move it. He had no way to break through the Wu Shi scripture. This was a power that hadn't severed itself. Although it was somewhat lacking over the years, it still sent him flying several times, and he almost died on the spot. Especially in the end, when the stone scripture flipped over the forbidden chapter. Wu Shi's secret technique was used, and everything about Samsara Supreme Being was beaten back to its original state. Even a portion of his cultivation was almost cut off. What? This caused everyone to be moved. "You all have angered me," Samsara Supreme Being roared. His words weren't directed at Yi Fan, but at the void before as well as the current Wu Shi scripture. It shook the mountains and rivers. "Are you angered? Go to hell!" Yi Fan shouted. The immortal power unleashed by the Wuxia scripture was even more terrifying. A single move, Wuxia, was repeatedly unleashed, causing the Samsara Supreme Being who was rushing over to tremble violently. Blood splashed everywhere. In fact, his immortal foundation almost shattered. This made everyone shocked. It was just a scripture, yet the art sealed within was actually so powerful. Boom! The void slaughtered over, directly dealing a heavy blow. He didn't care about the price, wanting to kill Samsara Supreme Being. He endured a strike from the Stone Emperor's halberd, his back dripping with blood. Ah! Samsara Supreme Being screamed, suffering heavy injuries. The void immortal mirror suppressed down, directly blasting his body apart, almost causing him to explode. At the same time, the void emperor's palm slashed down, almost decapitating him. Only a layer of bloody skin remained on his neck, not falling off. Boom! The Lord of the Divine Ruins slaughtered over. The Light and Darkness Supreme Being followed. Hengyu came to the rescue, the Stone Emperor blocked, and the heaven-abandoning sovereign slaughtered over. This place was blasted apart, completely erupting with chaos. The Samsara Supreme Being was at the center of the waves of attacks, suffering injuries he couldn't endure. His head finally fell off. The Void Emperor was expressionless, slamming out a palm. However, Yi Fan didn't stop, rushing over. The Wuxia scripture in his hand shone with boundless light, raining down, sweeping over his body. Samsara Supreme Being roared. His head separated from his body. The secret art of the Wuxia Great Emperor as well as the Void Emperor's palm pressed down together, scaring him so badly his soul scattered. He was a supreme being who had lived through the endless ages, unrivaled under the heavens. But at this moment, he also tasted the aura of death. He had never felt such a tremor before. He slaughtered his way up to the sovereign realm, but he had never experienced such despair before. He had always fought his way up to the Emperor realm. However, today, he felt that a great disaster was about to befall him. He was going to die, unable to resist this secret art. You forced me to this extent. He roared in anger. His head shone, erupting with a world-shaking might, shaking the entire cosmos. A true great emperor has appeared, sublimated to the extreme, about to return to the emperor position. All life in the cosmos was in despair. Meanwhile, the ancient supreme being's expressions were strange, all of them backing up. As for Yi Fan and the Void Emperor, they bore the brunt of the attack, about to face the awakened great emperor. That head shone, auspicious brilliance shining in 10,000 streaks, pulling his body over. The Samsara master didn't care about the consequences, wishing to recover to his peak and kill the enemy, even if he had to die afterwards. You won't be able to return. The Void Emperor spoke. Endless divine chains of order flew out from within his body. This was his cultivation, essence, energy, and soul. Endless splendor scattered down, forming a mysterious formation, crushing down, isolating heaven and earth, almost forcibly cutting off the Samsara master. Right at this moment, Yi Fan took action. His eyes felt like they were going to split apart. He knew the consequences of the Void Emperor's actions, that he would be crippled and die afterwards. He scattered Wuxia's blood over the green copper cauldron, and then he directly smashed it outwards. The Void Emperor understood, also activating a wave of power, adding it to the green copper cauldron, shocking the supreme beings until they all quickly backed up, giving up on the Samsara master. The green copper cauldron smashed into the Samsara supreme being's resplendent head, directly exploding. Chapter 1603. The Lord of Samsara screamed miserably. His head exploded. The skull of a supreme being exploded, indicating that his immortal foundation had been shattered. He was someone who had achieved the Tao, someone who would be annihilated in this world, becoming the dust of history. At the same time, the green cauldron also exploded, transforming into a rain of light that scattered in all directions. It had also exploded. It was stained with the blood of great Emperor Wuxia and was originally an immortal artifact. Even though it was damaged, its power was still boundless and unfathomable. In addition to the Void Emperor and Yi Fan controlling it together, its divine might was even more unrivaled. However, after it smashed into the head of a supreme being, its body also disintegrated. From a certain aspect, one could see how unrivaled the past emperors and emperors were. Even though they were injured, they were still so powerful that no one dared to believe it. This was a third of the Immortal Ascension Cauldron. It wasn't easy to gather all of it, yet it was destroyed in this battle. However, Yi Fan didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. As long as he could kill a supreme being, let alone the green cauldron, even if his own body exploded, it didn't matter. The terrifying green immortal rain scattered in all directions. The Void Emperor staggered, a few fragments penetrating his body, causing him to be dripping with blood. Yi Fan was shocked. The Void Emperor actually couldn't evade it. Clearly, he paid a great price to prevent the Samsara sovereign from ascending to the peak. Now, his true body was crippled and he was about to die. This caused him to feel a wave of fear. It wasn't for himself, but for the myriad of lives. If even the Void Emperor didn't have the strength to fight, then there really was no hope. Dazzling light erupted. After the head of the Lord of Samsara exploded, it turned into a ball of fire that burned fiercely. It tore through the dark cosmos, making this place seem incomparably terrifying. Had a true supreme martial artist died? This was definitely a major event that would shake the ages. Someone killed such a character. This was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. His radiance would shine through the ages, forever being remembered. This type of event was too great, shocking everyone. Dark Era, killing a supreme being, bathing in the glory of his blood. This was destined to break through eternity, forever remembered. However, the Void Great Emperor's own condition was extremely terrible. For the sake of stopping the other party from returning to the imperial path, too many of his Tao skills and vital energy formed divine chains of order flew out. That was the fragment of the great path in his blood. It was the essence substance that allowed him to live and become powerful in this world. It was also the reason why he was able to fight this battle. He had consumed too much. His body staggered, and he couldn't stand steadily. Everything he did was for the sake of killing Paragon of Samsara. He had no choice. Great Emperor! Yi Fan cried out in grief. If Meng Qi did not stop the master of Samsara from ascending to the highest level, the entire world would have to submit to him, and no one would be able to keep him in check. Although he would eventually die, the destruction he had caused was enough to destroy all hope. Don't worry. Su Kong stabilized his body and mind and straightened his back once more. Although he could not hide his exhaustion, his eyes shone brightly once more. His battle intent surged as he stared ahead. Reincarnation Supreme Being's head was shattered, and his body was also in tatters. However, at this time, he trembled and stood up. He released a cold voice and said, "You want to kill me? It won't be that easy." His primordial spirit was in his torso, and it wasn't completely destroyed. Previously, when he said he wanted to ascend to the highest level, it was just a bluff. It was actually just a ploy to escape by abandoning his head. Su Kong, you're finished. For the sake of dealing with me and stopping me from returning to the imperial throne, you've already destroyed yourself. How much longer can you fight for? The master of Samsara's smile was extremely cruel. Yi Fan's heart went cold. He had been deceived. He clearly saw him ascend to the highest level. If he didn't stop him, he would become a true emperor. Who would have thought that this wasn't true? Were all ancient supreme beings this powerful? It made one feel despair. Even after paying such a great price, they still couldn't kill him. How were they supposed to fight? At this moment, Yi Fan's heart was filled with haze. This was the first time he felt gloomy. The entire world was this cold and bitter. Not even a single supreme being was killed. Unwillingness, anger, and gloominess weren't enough to express his emotions. However, this was the cruel reality. Every single ancient supreme being was unrivaled and difficult to kill. What do you take me for? You all are just an ant, a void corpse that isn't even a great emperor, yet you want to kill me? Go cultivate for another 100,000 years. The master of Samsara reconstructed his head. His primordial spirit's flame flourished, blazing fiercely. He looked down on everything under the heavens, standing in the starry sky, making one feel despair. I'm unwilling. Yi Fan cried out loudly. What is a supreme being? Unmatched under the heavens, matchless and unmatched, someone who had previously ruled the universe. It's still not enough for you all to kill me. The master of samsara mocked. Then let's go again. Yi Fan roared angrily. With the Wuxia scripture in hand, he shook off a bit of the blood in the precious bottle. He was about to fight a decisive battle against him, not hesitating to take him down with him. However, right at this moment, the Void Emperor shook his head and said, "There's no need." The Paragon of Samsara suddenly roared. He could sense that something was off. The essence, energy, soul, and cultivation of the Void the Arch had yet to dissipate. They were not destroyed by the explosion just now. They were still attached to his bones. The Reincarnation Supreme Being screamed miserably. The Void Emperor's immortal realm in the sky trembled. It had dyed itself with the blood of more than one Supreme Being. Even if it couldn't be said to have done so since the ancient times, it wasn't too far off. At this time, it turned into a sun that descended, resonating with the void Tao and vital energy in the Reincarnation Supreme Being's bones. The Master of Samsara screamed miserably, struggling with everything he had, but he couldn't change anything. Not even the Supreme Beings in the distance came over to rescue him, because they knew that he was finished. It was impossible for him to forcefully advance to the extreme. His primordial spirit was still partially shattered by the green copper cauldron just now. At this time, his body was filled with the Tao laws of the void. The immortal mirror trembled. With a pu sound, the Master of Samsara's body and mind both trembled. He began to break apart, and then he began to burn, completely exploding. This time he truly died. The primordial spirit turned into powder. The last bit of essence blood in his body rushed out, scattering down, landing on the Emperor mirror. Another type of Emperor blood was added to the ancient mirror, and it was completely devoured. The divine mirror became more and more simple and unadorned, possessing an indescribable type of charm. In the distance, the Supreme Beings all felt their hearts go cold. They saw someone at the same cultivation level break apart and be killed. For them, this was a type of shock. They were all those who achieved the Tao, previously unmatched in the heavens above and earth below. Yet today, there were two people who decided victory and defeat, deciding life and death. It left everyone greatly shaken. After the ancient wasteland war, another Supreme Being was killed like this. That ancient mirror is becoming more and more mysterious. I feel like it has a chance of breaking into the immortal domain. The Stone Emperor's way of looking at things was quite unique. What others paid attention to was the void itself, yet he stared at that ancient mirror. The Void Emperor's body swayed. It was as if he immediately aged 10,000 years. Even his eyes became a bit dim. He fought a great battle against 5 Supreme Beings, and then he killed the Master of Samsara. The price he paid was just too great. Now, a large half of his cultivation disappeared, his essence energy empty. He already couldn't hold on any longer, unable to continue fighting. Now, I want to see what you can still use to fight. The Light and Darkness Supreme Being said coldly. The great Supreme Beings pressed forward. At this time, Heng Yu Great Emperor also closed in while fighting, wishing to face the enemy together with the void. He knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. Yi Fan roared angrily. The Wuxia scripture in his hands quickly swept out with radiance, aiming at the people in front of him. Wuxia's natural laws covered the heavens, hacking towards the ancient Supreme Beings. Use your natural laws and power to kill the enemy. Don't waste a single drop for me. Soon, I will return to the eternal silence of the void. The Void Emperor calmly said. Yi Fan felt bitter inside, feeling like he was powerless to reverse the situation. This type of conclusion was hard for him to accept. Why was killing a Supreme Being so difficult? They were all former emperors and emperors, so it is normal for them to fight bitterly. Void's hands were stained with the blood of Supreme Beings throughout his life. Dying in battle is destined, and it is also the best ending. Void said. For the sake of the common people, what is wrong with bathing in their blood? This is a glory that will shake the ages, something that will be remembered for all eternity. Yi Fan loudly roared. Send Void on his way. The supreme beings coldly said, pressing forward murderously. This was the most terrifying great battle. Yi Fan fought until now with the identity of an ant, yet he was able to obtain such results. It was worth it. He delivered an extremely crucial blow for the death of the reincarnation supreme being. That was why at this time, he truly didn't fear anything. Even if he died in battle immediately, it didn't matter. He charged forward with everything he had. In his hands, the Wuxia scripture shone, becoming dazzling. All types of Emperor Dao laws danced about, blasting the great supreme beings until their blood splashed 10,000 feet into the air. Meanwhile, Hengyu Great Emperor was even more so in a dangerous situation of life and death. They fought intensely, and Void was already injured, making the pressure Hengyu faced even greater. At this time, the Emperor weapons also went crazy, all of them rushing over. This place sank into the most terrifying battle and chaos. It was a tragic sight to behold. That was Emperor blood fluttering about, dyeing the cosmos red. Don't waste even the slightest bit of power because of me. The Void Great Emperor reminded again. Yi Fan still had one thing he wanted to use, but he endured it. He sent Void with tears in his eyes, knowing that this mighty emperor was about to die. Void, what else can you use to fight now? The light and darkness supreme being sneered. Stone Emperor was even more direct. The great halberd in his hand directly slashed down, wanting to personally cut off the Void Great Emperor's head, settling the grudge between Undying Mountain and Void from the desolate era. My blood has dried up, my spirit has weakened, but I still have my Dao bones. Why would I fear a battle? Void roared in anger. This roar contained the unyieldingness and unwillingness of a human emperor. He needed the power of the desolate era, but unfortunately, this was no longer the desolate era. He no longer had that kind of combat strength. Boom! At this moment, the Void Great Emperor's flesh split open. Sparkling Dao bones flew out one after another, turning into inextinguishable immortal light that flew towards the four supreme beings. The Emperor bones were like weapons, especially with the inextinguishable imprint of the Void Great Emperor carved on them. They were filled with unwillingness and unyielding roars. His bones were all shining and burning. One after another, they were like emperor weapons that rushed towards the Stone Emperor, Light and Darkness Supreme Being, and the others. This was a battle where he refused to submit to fate. This was the final attack of a great emperor. Even though he could no longer hold on, he still resolutely and decisively took out his Dao bones. His blood had already been drained. In the end, even his Dao bones were sacrificed, and he died in battle without a trace of strength left. This place entered a great era of destruction. Everything was shattered. All types of light danced about, and immortal Dao laws trembled. Several supreme beings roared in anger, blocking the final attack of the Void Great Emperor before he died. The sparkling Dao bones exploded, burning into ashes. Yi Fan roared, doing everything he could to kill. Eternal Space Great Emperor was even more so fighting a bloody battle. This place was dyed red with blood. The four great supreme beings were all dyed in blood, injured by the Emperor bones. They frantically retaliated, wishing to devour the last bit of the Void Great Emperor's flesh. The immortal mirror wailed, watching as the Void Great Emperor fell powerlessly. It erupted with dazzling light, releasing waves of sorrowful sounds. It was almost as if it was protecting itself, attacking here. This intense battle made heaven and earth collapse. Ghosts wept and deities howled. Stone Emperor was almost beaten into ruin, his primordial spirit seriously injured. Light and Darkness Supreme Being's arm also fell off. Divine Ruin's Lord and Heaven-abandoning Supreme Being's weapons were broken. It was just too miserable. No one expected that the instant the Void Great Emperor fell on his back, that mirror and his Dao bones would have such unmatched divine abilities, seriously injuring more than one supreme being. It was as if it was infected by immortal Dao laws. At this moment, the Emperor bone was completely shattered, and half of the mirror also shattered. It couldn't endure the attacks of the four supreme beings. While breaking their weapons, it itself was also half destroyed. The mirror was sparkling and translucent. Half of its fragments landed on the Void Great Emperor's body, while the other half maintained the mirror form, still releasing undying radiance. It released woo-woo sounds of grief. Right now, all creatures in the cosmos were greatly shaken. Because of the will force of all life, they understood the result. There wasn't a single person who wasn't in grief. Hateful. Why didn't they return us a peak Void Great Emperor, letting him drag his ruined body through this type of battle that was completely impossible to win? The Void Great Emperor died in battle. The heavens have no eyes. In the cosmos, cries of grief sounded from countless star domains. 10,000 creatures wept in grief. At this moment, voices rang through the heavens above and earth below, sounds of grief everywhere. On the battlefield, the half of the Void Mirror rose and fell, protecting the Void Great Emperor's corpse. It headed into the depths of the cosmos, the woo-woo sounds making one's heart feel dismal, incomparably bitter. They couldn't help but shed tears. The Supreme Beings felt restraining fear towards that mirror, not immediately chasing after it. They watched from the distance. The Void Great Emperor's blood-soaked corpse wasn't that complete, only half of it remaining. It was because the Void Great Emperor's bones had pretty much all flown out, used to kill the enemy. Now that it lacked support, the original Emperor body was already a bit deformed, riddled with scars, flesh badly mangled. Recalling the desolate era, the extraordinary years, he fought alone, his life full of ups and downs. Even though he fought all the way to the 7 great life-restricted regions, he himself also shed blood for 10,000 years, all the way until he grew old, all the way until he died in battle. He fought his entire life in bloody battles, his blood scattered in the various great life-restricted regions, leaving behind his illustrious achievements, but also buried the rest of his life. In the end, in his declining years, he still fought even to the point of death, burying himself in the starry sky, still experiencing blood and flames in his own funeral song, dragging 2 supreme beings down the path of death with him. This was the Void Great Emperor's life. He didn't live a second life, spending his entire life quelling darkness chaos, all the way until he died in battle. Now, in this life, after being called out by all life, he appeared again. Fought. In the end, he no longer had his past fighting strength, but just like before, he used up his final bit of strength. His blood already flowed out, his Tao bones exploding. Just like that, he died in battle. It ended just like that. The half-ruined mirror accompanied the Void Great Emperor's ruined body, leaving into the distance, buried in the boundless void. Chapter 1604. The broken mirror and the void ended just like that. The cold, starry space, the dark universe, was dyed with the Emperor's blood. The broken bones of the great Emperor hung there, cold and desolate. He had toiled his entire life. Finally, this day arrived. He no longer needed to fight a bloody battle, he no longer needed to rush about. He could enter eternal slumber. Arg! Yi Fan screamed, his voice shaking the entire universe. He was filled with sorrow and anger. His eyes turned red, but he couldn't change anything. He was powerless to reverse the situation. This was the ending of a human emperor. In the depths of the universe, tens of thousands of spirits wailed. Through the will energy of all living beings, many people knew about this. Their hearts were filled with bitterness and bitterness. Such an ending truly made them sigh. Great Emperor, little ancestor. Another person roared in the depths of the universe. Ji Haoyue's body trembled. He gritted his teeth as tears of blood flowed down his face. The final battle, the final battle. He bled so much just like that, even his Tao bones were sacrificed. Sounds of mourning rang out from the various regions. Yi Fan mumbled. At the final moment, he clearly saw a few people. The broken body belonged to the Void Emperor, GZ, and the Yellow Emperor. He was filled with hatred and let out a long howl of grief. Things ended just like that. How could he accept this? Such sorrow caused everyone to feel deep despair. A revered great emperor had fallen just like that. The 8 desolates trembled, the universe resonated, and the 10,000 Daos trembled. The void is finally dead. The light and darkness paragon spoke emotionlessly. When Yi Fan heard this, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, what else could he do? He could only fight, using the enemy's blood as a sacrifice to the void. The remnant seals in the void had yet to dissipate. When they saw and heard the word, kill, all of them roared in anger. Kill. The tremors caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The light and darkness paragon, who was the first to arrive, trembled violently. He was struck by a powerful killing intent and was flung through the air. A crack appeared on his immortal foundation. He had suffered a great loss. This result caused the others to be shocked. Their expressions changed. However, the light and darkness paragon stabilized himself. His expression was so cold that it was terrifying. Even the combined power of all living beings was unable to kill him. He was truly too powerful, and one could imagine how difficult it was to get rid of him. Unfortunately, the Void Great Emperor's imprint scattered, and the willpower that rushed over from anger also disappeared, unable to continue attacking. Just a bug, jumping around until now. Even the void has died, so what is the point of you living? We will harvest your life. The Lord of the Divine Ruins also spoke, walking forward. Boom! An even more miserable great battle erupted. For great supreme beings took action, pressing forward murderously. Yi Fan went all out. He was an ant, far inferior to supreme beings. It was as if he was looking up at a giant dragon, but now that he had the chance to fight, he was already unafraid of death, no longer caring about his life. Meanwhile, Heng Yu Great Sovereign's entire body flowed with light, slowly burning. That was the source of an emperor. He was going to risk his life to carry out the final bloody battle, using up his last bit of strength in this darkness chaos. The word, Great Emperor, was as heavy as a mountain. Yi Fan howled in grief. He saw the slowly shining Heng Yu, and he choked with sobs, unable to speak. He knew that another respectable person was about to leave. In the depths of the cosmos, on a floating shattered continent, Sacred Prince roared angrily. This was the burial ground of the battle-sacred ape bloodline. He frantically entered, raising the immortal iron rod, hoping to find the Sacred Emperor killing formation. Unfortunately, the formation was already damaged. In the end, he released a roar, flinging out the immortal iron rod, bringing the incomplete formation into the starry sky. In the void, GZ's ruined body drifted about in the darkness of the cosmos, as well as Yi Fan's roar. They were all sensed by Sacred Prince. His hair stood up in anger, wishing to go mad. The immortal iron rod left his hand, carrying his grief and anger. He asked the deity in the rod to bring the killing formation over, to fight until the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Oh, this was a world-shocking roar, shaking up all of the existences in origin ancient mind that had never appeared in the world, waking them up. They released divine light, looking towards the resplendent immortal iron rod in the cosmos. That pitch-black iron rod released endless streaks of auspicious multicolored light, endless strands of immortal light erupting with heaven overflowing might, rushing towards the battlefield. The most terrifying thing was that behind that iron rod was a golden figure, incomparably dignified, domineering under the heavens, terrifying to the extreme. It was as if the Emperor of Fighting in his prime had been reborn. In that instant, the immortal iron rod brought the killing formation to the cosmos battlefield. It hacked down, directly aiming at the supreme being who was currently hunting down Yi Fan, a furious roar shaking the starry sky. Ding. Light and Darkness Supreme Being and the others originally wanted to get rid of Yi Fan, turn the ant into dust sooner, because Great Emperor Wu Shi's blood was about to run out. However, at this time, the immortal iron rod smashed down, completely unexpected to everyone. It was extremely special. With a honglong sound, it smashed apart the magical staff in Light and Darkness Supreme Being's hands that had been shattered by the void mirror, directly smashing into his body, almost directly hacking him in half. A chunk of his skull even shattered, half of his face badly mangled, bones broken, blood dripping out, the scene too horrible to endure. Emperor of Fighting! The four paragons were all shocked. They could naturally tell that this wasn't merely the might of the immortal iron rod. Behind it, there was a gigantic holy ape. His entire body was covered in resplendent fur. He stood tall in the starry space, resembling a towering pillar of the heavens. His eyes were as deep as the sea. He was the one who smashed down with the rod. The light and darkness supreme being groaned in misery, an expression of pain appeared on his face. That strike earlier was more severe than he had imagined, actually injuring his immortal foundation, causing terrifying cracks to appear on it. To paragons, this was the most terrifying thing. For the sake of longevity, they had to ensure that their immortal foundation would remain undying. They must not suffer such a calamity. So this is actually the case. This is the battle intent left behind by the Emperor of Fighting after he transformed into a war immortal. It actually hasn't dissipated yet, and it's still contained within the immortal iron rod. The Stone Emperor coldly spoke. This caused everyone to be shocked. Back then, the Emperor of Fighting was too tyrannical. In the end, he didn't have a good ending, directly exploding to death when he transformed into a war immortal. That kind of battle intent was naturally extremely powerful. No wonder the instant it appeared, it almost killed the light and darkness paragon, even injuring his immortal foundation. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Back then, he had once seen this Saint Emperor's body. It manifested when the victorious Buddha brought the immortal iron rod to the origin ancient mine to retrieve the life stone. The heaven-abandoning paragon coldly laughed. It's truly powerful, and he didn't even self-destruct. But in the end, it's merely a battle intent. It can only manifest a few times before it is completely destroyed. Bzz, the holy ape swept out with its iron rod as a formation behind it flew out and exploded, attacking the Stone Emperor and the other paragons. This place erupted into a commotion once more. Initially, the Hengyu Immortal Emperor and Yi Fan were already in a disadvantageous position under the powerful attacks of the four paragons. But now, there were signs of the situation turning around. The battlefield was in an uproar. The blood of paragons splattered as the sound of bones breaking rang out. Sadly, that inextinguishable battle intent of the Saint Emperor only lasted for a few moments before vanishing. Also, the damaged formation was shattered, no longer existing. Only an immortal iron rod remained, radiating auspicious light. In the end, he wasn't the Emperor of Fighting. It was merely a battle intent that injured the paragons. Now, he himself had died, no longer able to exist in this world. Everything returned to the starting point. The amount of Wuxia's sovereign blood in Yi Fan's hand grew lesser and lesser, about to dry up. The might of the secret art unleashed by Wuxia was also weakening. Although it sent paragons flying and caused them to bleed, it was no longer as imposing as before. As for the Hengyu Immortal Emperor, he was too fatigued. His entire body was covered in blood and he was ultimately no longer the him of the past. He lacked the unparalleled combat prowess of the past and fought bitterly. His sovereign blood was burning and his body glowed with light. He was fighting with his life on the line. Evidently, he had a goal. At the very least, he wanted to bring a paragon along with him to die. Even if he had no way to completely quell the chaos of the darkness, he wanted to reduce the number of paragons alive to the minimum. This was a sorrowful choice, but also the cruel reality. He was no longer the same as before. He was powerless to quell all the chaos and could only do his best to reduce the amount of blood in the world. The two of them were on the verge of collapse, about to die at any moment. But at this moment, the collective power of the Emperor weapons erupted once more, disregarding the consequences, even if it might injure the deities within. The death of the great Emperor, the shattering of the void mirror, the sad song after sad song caused them to descend into a frenzy. The situation on the battlefield changed. The immortal foundation of the light and darkness sovereign is cracked. Today, I will do my best to bring him along with me. The calm voice of the Hengyu Immortal Emperor rang out in Yi Fan's ears. This caused his heart to sink as he felt a kind of pain. Clearly, this great emperor didn't have much life left and couldn't hold on anymore. He wanted to use his last bit of strength to kill a paragon. Maybe I can allow the great emperor to have some strength left to kill one more paragon. Yi Fan replied. He needed an opportunity. He wanted to wait for the paragon to be exhausted and let down his guard. Rumble! The Wuxia scripture rumbled, blasting out beam after beam of light. As for the blood in the bottle in Yi Fan's hand, it had already reached the bottom and was about to dry up. Even ants want to look up to the world of the heavenly dragon? This isn't overestimating one's capabilities, but rather, it's lamentable. The light and darkness sovereign arrived, shifting positions with the other paragons. He finally came to kill Yi Fan once more. At this moment, his entire body was covered in blood and injuries. His essence energy was severely depleted and there were cracks on his immortal foundation. If he didn't die, he would undoubtedly be in the greatest danger. Because he needed to repair his immortal foundation, the number of living beings he needed to devour would be the greatest. He had to kill them all. Yi Fan used the Wuxia scripture in his hand to attack with all his might. After that, the light in his eyes suddenly erupted as 81 great banners flew out, shaking the starry space. At this moment, the heavens and earth collapsed, ghosts wailed and gods howled. The stars were like candles that were extinguished by a gust of wind. The entire starry space turned dark. Undying heavenly emperor! The master of the divine ruins cried out in shock. How could it be his emperor-grade forbidden weapon? Even the stone emperor was stunned, a heavy expression on his face. Everyone was stunned. The fame of the undying heavenly emperor was too great, shaking the ancient eras. He was an existence that was worshipped by many great races in the cosmos after the ancient emperors. No one rushed over to stop him. They didn't want to invite trouble onto themselves. This was an emperor-grade forbidden weapon. It existed precisely for the sake of destruction. The so-called forbidden weapons were weapons that could only be used once or a few times. Different levels meant different levels of power. They were destined to be completely destroyed in battle. If one wanted to kill, they had to destroy themselves first. What kind of character was the undying heavenly emperor? The emperor-grade forbidden weapon he left behind was naturally world-shocking. Its power couldn't compare to the damaged green copper cauldron from not long ago, but the divine might it released definitely wouldn't be much weaker. At this moment, the light and darkness sovereign's entire body was covered in injuries. Even his bones were broken. If he were to face such an attack again, he would naturally be in a dangerous situation. Moreover, his immortal foundation had cracks. It was difficult for him to ascend to the peak in a short period of time. What a pity! Yi Fan sighed silently. These great banners were cracked and could only be used once. If they could be used a few more times, it would be enough to cause an ancient supreme being to suffer unbearable injuries. Roar! The eternal universe immortal emperor transformed into a beam of fire as he flew over. His entire body was burning. He was going all out, giving it his all. The flames engulfed the light and darkness sovereign. The stone emperor coldly stood at the side. The lord of the divine ruins and the heaven-abandoning paragon didn't help because they knew that the light and darkness sovereign was finished. His immortal foundation had been ignited by the eternal universe immortal emperor. No one would be able to save him. Anyone who went up would only invite trouble to themselves. The three paragons no longer looked at the eternal universe immortal emperor and the light and darkness sovereign. They only coldly stared at Yi Fan. Right now, only an ant remained. There was no one else who could obstruct their footsteps. The void has died, the eternal universe immortal emperor will die as well. Vent your sorrow and pain to your heart's content before offering your sacrifice. The lord of the divine ruins spoke, his voice filled with disdain. He was looking down on Qin Wenyan. Because of his strength, he could do whatever he wanted in this world. The void has died, the eternal universe immortal emperor will die as well. Now, I no longer feel sorrow, only battle intent. Even if I die, I will make you pay the price. Yi Fan's voice was cold. There were no more tears, he couldn't even express his sorrow. Right now, he could only fight,